line from sexual exploitation. The Committee on Energy and Commerce is working to address the biggest issues facing our country and our constituents. Every bill we're considering today is bipartisan, and in many cases, members of this committee have been working together on them over several Congresses. Every bill today either passed out of the committee unanimously and through the House last year with strong bipartisan votes, or were negotiated and agreed upon on a bipartisan, bicameral basis at the end of last year. Every single bill we are considering today had bipartisan agreement last Congress, and I hope we can pick up where we left off and move them all forward today. Earlier this Congress, ranking member, my good friend from New Jersey, Pallone, and I testified before the House Administration Committee to talk about our committee budget, and I really appreciate what my good friend said at the hearing when he said, while we were not able to get these bipartisan bills and provisions signed into law last Congress, I know that we're committed to getting them done this Congress, and I'm glad to report that we're moving these bills forward because they make our country stronger. We need to pass this critical legislation. In particular, we'll advance healthcare legislation to lower costs for patients, support cancer research, and address substance use disorder. And I'm thankful to all of my colleagues who have supported this legislation to increase access to care for patients and their families. Today, we have an opportunity to advance multiple bills that will strengthen our communications infrastructure and better prevent attacks from our adversaries, who are continually seeking to compromise our critical infrastructure. These bills will help fortify our networks against our threats. While technological leadership is critically important to our national security and economic prosperity, as a father and a grandfather, I am extremely concerned by the stories we are hearing from parents about the potential unintended consequences of new technologies. From protecting Americans from romance scams to increasing price transparency in ticketing and lodging, today should be a chance to celebrate bipartisan wins that serve our constituents. I am still hopeful we can make progress soon on some of the other bills I have discussed with my friends from across the aisle, but nonetheless, we're marking up some outstanding legislation today, and I want to thank all of our sponsors for their hard work getting us to this point. I always say the work we do here in the House affects people in their homes. This legislation is make Americans' homes safer, healthier, and more prosperous. Thank you for all your hard work. I appreciate everybody's efforts and for advancing this legislation. I yield back, and I recognize the ranking member, Mr. Pallone, for 5 minutes for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're here today for what would normally be a routine markup of 26 bills. However, these are not normal times. I know Republicans want to proceed with business as usual around here, but the daily chaos and illegal activity that we're seeing from the Trump administration is not business as usual. The reality is most of the bills we're considering today were already agreed to last year as part of a bipartisan, bicameral legislative package that was set to be passed and signed into law in December before Elon Musk intervened and killed the agreement. We should be passing that entire package as one bill today. That package included important provisions that would have lowered costs for hardworking Americans, but instead of passing it and sending it to the president's desk to be signed into law, my Republican colleagues allowed Elon Musk to decide what becomes law. What's especially upsetting about this is that my Republican colleagues know this was a good agreement that would have helped people. It included provisions to lower prescription drug prices, crack down on junk fees, lower gas prices, ensure our water is safe to drink, and fund community health centers and teaching health centers. Republicans repeatedly looked the other way. First, as President Trump gave Elon Musk and his Doge lackeys free rein to loot the American government and destroy our institutions and illegally fire tens of thousands of public servants who go to work every day to serve the American people. And now, as Trump's reckless tariffs are leading to the largest middle-class tax increase in at least 50 years. These tariffs are crashing our economy, raising costs for groceries and other goods, and wiping out the hard-earned retirement savings of middle-class families. Amidst all this chaos, Republicans have refused to hold this administration accountable. We're marking up 26 bills that would task various federal agencies with more responsibilities, while at the very same time, the Trump administration is gutting the agencies and firing the public servants who would implement these new laws. Republicans are bringing up consumer protection bills, while also ignoring Trump's attempted illegal firing of the Democratic FTC commissioners and reports that Doge has arrived at FTC to fire people at an already understaffed agency. And this illegal action threatens the ability of our nation's leading consumer protection watchdogs to do their job, including protecting children from big tech online harms. But Republicans blindly move ahead without acknowledging the new reality. Meanwhile, we will debate health-related bills today, like the Support Act, all while President Trump eliminates 20,000 jobs at the Department of Health and Human Services. Amidst a continued fentanyl crisis and a measles and bird flu outbreak, a 25% reduction of the workforce at HHS is alarming and truly irresponsible. The truth is, Republicans want to hold this markup today so they can continue to pretend like everything is normal. But it's all a charade. It's time for this committee to wake up and pay attention to what's going on around us. This is not business as usual. The Trump administration is driving up costs, ruining our economy, and putting American families at risk. It's time for Republicans to pull their heads out of the sand and start demanding some accountability before it's too late. And with that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back. Are there any other opening statements? Seeing none, the chair calls up H.R. 1442 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 1442, a bill to ban the sale of products with a high concentration.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendments at any point so ordered. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the bill? Seeing none, yes, the gentlelady from Colorado, you're recognized for 5 minutes to speak
I
on the
move
bill.
to strike the last word.
Your gentlelady's recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm so proud of ENC's work last Congress to advance a common health package, including health reforms that will make a meaningful difference. This committee advanced legislation on a bipartisan basis to make it easier for kids with cancer to find treatment, fund research into curing diabetes, prevent maternal deaths, and support research related to Down syndrome, among other critical reforms and investments. One such bill, Give Kids a Chance Act, incentivizes the development of drugs for rare pediatric diseases. Another, the Accelerating Kids Access to Care Act, makes it easier for kids with serious conditions to find the care that they need. And let's not forget the PBM reforms that Mr. Carter has championed so much and that we all support that are part of that package. Democrats and Republicans came together last year to agree on a package of those bills, which was originally included in the December 2024 continuing resolution. That was, of course, until Elon Musk and Donald Trump told the House Republicans to remove it. I've said time and time again that if Republicans still want to bring this health package to the floor for a vote, Democrats will stand with you and we'll pass it. We could pass it on the suspension calendar, but I keep hearing that the majority doesn't have any plan to bring it up for a vote. So, to my Republican colleagues, I ask you, do you want to make it easier for kids with life-threatening diseases to see a doctor? Do you support research to cure diabetes? Do you want to make it easier for entrepreneurs to invest in life-saving treatments for childhood cancer? I know that the Democrats over here do, and to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, this was your chance to show your constituents that you do too. It's shameful that Republicans are hiding behind germaneness to avoid this vote. Well, wait, that's different. But they will in a minute, and they're going to delay the legislation I reiterate that we all agreed upon. Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to enter a section by section of the December health care package into the record, outlining the 550 pages of bipartisan legislation that for some reason are not being considered today.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you. It's full of common sense reforms and reauthorizations, as everybody in this room knows. I keep hearing about all these wonderful bills today, and some of them are just fine. In fact, some of them are in this package. We had the opportunity to do the whole package, at least the part in this committee's jurisdiction in today's markup, but instead we didn't. And I know in a moment, my colleague, Mr. Pallone, is going to give us an opportunity to pass those bills. So frankly, Mr. Chairman, you just said, and many of your members have said, they want to get the package done. So let's do it. Let's pass that package. Let's do it today. It just feels like we're stringing America's patients along. There's nothing wrong with any of these provisions, which we all agreed on last year. So why pick and choose? Why just do these ones for today, and why not do all of them? So I just want to ask that question, and with that, I'll yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Anyone seeking discussion on the bill? Turning to amendments. Anyone have an amendment? Purpose, the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk
Clerk will
file.
report, okay, I'm sorry.
No, I don't know the number.
Clerk will report the amendment, the,
Amendment to H.R. 1442, offered by Mr. Pallone.
without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment is simple and straightforward, and it basically follows up on the comments that were made by our ranking member of the Health Subcommittee, Mr. Gett. It would attach the bipartisan, bicameral legislative package that was set to pass and be signed into law at the end of the year before Elon Musk intervened and killed the agreement in December. This is a common-sense legislative package that was signed off on by leaders of the committee as well as House and Senate leadership. So rather than taking a piecemeal approach today where we pass a portion of the bills included in that agreement, which may or may not ever be brought to the House floor for a vote by the Republican leadership, my amendment would allow us to take up the entire bipartisan agreement and send it to the House floor for a vote. There are critical provisions of that package that are not included in this markup today. It would also be stronger for us to move ahead with the entire package in one bill rather than breaking them up. Now, my amendment includes the entire comprehensive package that would meaningfully lower costs for hardworking American families, which would pass overwhelmingly if it was allowed to get a vote on the House floor. It would have passed overwhelmingly in December. And frankly, it would be the first thing this Republican Congress accomplishes to actually lower costs for American families. Everything else the president is doing is moving us in the opposite direction. So to detail a few of the things the agreement includes, it would finally take on pharmaceutical benefit managers to lower prescription drug costs for Americans at the pharmacy counter, and it would lower the cost of filling up your gas tank with year-round E15. It would also help ensure our water is safe to drink and provide much-needed funding for both the community health centers that serve millions of Americans, as well as the teaching health centers that train the next generation of doctors right here in our communities. Again, these are all provisions that were part of that end-of-the-year bipartisan agreement that were ignored by the committee Republicans at this markup. My amendment is a clear win for American consumers who we all know are struggling to keep up with the rising cost of living, something that's being made worse as we speak as President Trump engages in a reckless trade war that is causing market turmoil, driving up costs, and ruining people's retirement savings. Trump's reckless tariffs are the largest middle-class tax increase in at least 50 years. And let me just say, Mr. Chairman, over the weekend, it was a very sad thing for me to see people come up to me talking about their 401ks, talking about their pensions. As I was driving back to Washington from New Jersey on yesterday, actually, I stopped at a service area, and people came up to me who I didn't even know, weren't even from my district, and were crying. I mean, literally, I'm not making this up, Mr. Chairman, crying over the impact on their 401ks and their pensions. The one guy said to me, my 401k is worth 20 to 30% less today than it was a week or two ago. And I just don't understand. I mean, people think that the stock market is just. I mean, some people think the stock market is just a haven for the wealthy and people that clip coupons and don't work. But in reality, there's so many people whose 401ks and their pensions and everything is invested in it, and they rely on it to live. So and I don't want to just mention the stock market, but I think that people are crying out for us to get rid of these tariffs, to take on the Trump administration on a bipartisan basis and say, what are you doing? And having a hearing or an opportunity to bring these agencies in that are being impacted. But with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back, and I'll recognize myself to speak in opposition to the amendment. I've reiterated several times that we're committed to working and moving the policies that were included in the December deal through this committee, and that's why H.R. 1442 is on the markup today. And I've also been committed and reiterate that we're going to move in bipartisan bills through the committee, bills that have Republican sponsors, Democrat sponsors, and we've had a commitment from the leader to make sure these get votes on the floor, the ones in the commerce title. So we saw the Senate Democrats try to move this entire package, and they couldn't get it through the Senate through opposition. So what we want to do is move Republican priorities, Democrat priorities, and the commerce title through today, and continue to work on the issues that we've all tried to address together. So instead of conducting a process that will run into roadblocks, we want to move these bills so they can get bipartisan policies through the committee and on the House floor. And the Youth Poisoning Act moved through this committee unanimously, the underlying bill, and passed overwhelmingly on the House floor. And this illustrates how widely supported these policies are. And I am committed to continue to work on the policies in the overall package, but we're moving the commerce title and a couple of other bills today to get to the floor so we can get them through the House and into the Senate. So I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment with my commitment that we will continue to work on the policies that are in your amendment that are not included on the bills today. So I will yield to the gentleman from Georgia. Did you start the clock? Okay. Gentleman from Georgia is recognized. Well, do you want my time or?
If you don't mind,
yield
but
to
you're
you.
out of time.
I'll yield to you. Yeah, I don't think I had 5 minutes.
They
So
did
I'll
say
yield
that's-
the time. Yeah.
That's fine. Move to strike the last word, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman.
Let me see,
excuse me.
it's their side, their turns. I'm sorry.
Their
If you're
turn,
getting your own
okay.
time, I need to go. Yeah, we didn't have the clock on my time, so I could yield you my time, or I'll yield back and then recognize, the gentlelady from California? Ms.
Yes.
Matsui, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. Ranking Member Palone's amendment represents the past 2 years of hard bipartisan work that we've done on this committee. Each of the bills in this amendment is long overdue. Each was ready to go last Congress as part of the carefully negotiated bipartisan package. As we all know, Elon Musk blew up that package because he convinced Republicans their thoughtfully crafted policies were just too big. If it wasn't for congressional Republicans giving in to Elon's whims by killing that end-of-the-year deal, the bills in today's markup would already be helping the American people by improving the vetting process so that we can better build high-speed broadband to rural areas, securing U.S. leadership in next-generation wireless communications, reauthorizing the NTIA for the first time in 30 years so it can better carry out its mission to close the digital divide and jumpstart innovation, making ticket prices for events more transparent, and so much more. The delay of these bills hurts consumers, threatens national security, and risks Americans' technological leadership. Even worse, Republicans have left significant portions of the agreed-upon package out of this markup. This includes key health and environment provisions that would have improved life-saving care in therapies for children with cancer and rare diseases, boosted public health preparedness, make drug prices more transparent, enhance our drinking water systems, and reduce air pollution in vulnerable communities. While I'm glad to see some of the package revived today, this markup is leaving more questions than answers. Why are we moving some bipartisan policies but not others? Why spend this committee's precious time relitigating settled debates, discussing the same bills we moved last Congress? Why haven't we received any assurances that the package will be considered on the floor as opposed to being dissected and sold for parts? Perhaps it's because this administration and our Republican colleagues are more focused on gutting Medicaid, jeopardizing care for millions of Americans, raising prices for American consumers by engaging in destructive trade wars, and ceding our global leadership to China and other foreign adversaries. This partisan Republican agenda is hurting our families, businesses, and economy. We need to return to bipartisan priorities that help Americans, and we can start by passing this package of bills together, just as we intended at the end of last year. I strongly urge my colleagues to vote yes on this amendment, and with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. The chair recognizes gentleman from Georgia for 5 minutes to speak on the
Mr. Chair,
amendment.
move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Chair, I just want to be clear on this amendment because last year at the end of the year package with the healthcare package, trust me, no one out of the 435 members of Congress was more disappointed than I was. It had PBM reform that I have fought for since day one, and it is bipartisan, by the way, and we intend to continue to work on that. And I will mention two things. First of all, this is just the beginning of PBM reform. The bills that were in that and part of the Lower Cost, More Transparency Act that was passed unanimously out of this House, that's the beginning of PBM reform. We did try to move that package. They ran it over in the Senate. There were problems with it. I just want to make sure that we understand that the PBM reform is still going to be part of what we do. We have a commitment from leadership. We have a commitment from the chairman, you just heard it, of this committee, that we're going to move forward on parts of this, and it's extremely important because it is bipartisan. PBM reform is bipartisan. We all understand that. So I just want to make sure everyone understands that just because we are taking some of the commerce parts out of this, that the health title will be considered at some point. And I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields back, and the chair recognizes the gentlelady from Florida for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, this is not a normal time. We're watching an administration, a president who has gone rogue, and people really did expect a new president and a new Congress to help them with the cost of living, to work in a bipartisan way to solve problems, but instead, everything now is getting more expensive. Their lives are getting harder. I know we're all hearing from friends and neighbors back home, and they're confronted now. When you have a rogue president, now they're confronted with a weak and timid Congress, led by a GOP that cannot stand up to this rogue president. And Mr. Chairman, when we got together, when we opened up the session 3 months ago in the committee, I asked you about all of the bipartisan initiatives that came out of this committee that didn't cross the finish line at the end of the year, what you expected, what you intended. This was, for those of you who do not know what happened at the end of the year, Elon Musk worked with Speaker Johnson to kill the package of bipartisan initiatives that would cut costs and improve people's lives and improve their health. They killed it, Elon Musk said, because the bill had too many pages. We were on the verge of passing life-saving and cost-saving legislation that originated in this proud committee. This included legislation to reduce costs by helping our community health centers, preventing maternal deaths, supporting pediatric cancer research, improving pandemic preparedness, reauthorizing the Mission Zero initiative, and so much more. But here's what you said, Mr. Chairman. You said, we're disappointed that the bills of last year didn't get past the finish line. There was a lot of hard work by members of this committee, and it was bipartisan, and they were important. I'm trying to find the right avenue for them. They're still alive. It's a priority for this side of the committee. We're just trying to find the right avenue to be able to move those policies forward. They're a priority. Well, that was almost 3 months ago. And while we're considering a handful of bills from that package, there is so much more that you're not living up to your end of the bargain to get passed, particularly when it comes to health. Today, committee Republicans are including just one of the health bills from the package, a Weekend Support Act. Meanwhile, you all have sat idly by while Elon Musk has taken a chainsaw to what makes America great, our scientific enterprise, everything we're doing in innovation and medical research. You just sit there and let it happen. There are other important bills, too. Where is the legislation to address price gouging practices by PBMs? Where's the legislation to make it easier with children with complex medical conditions to receive out-of-state specialty care, or to help doctors' practices and disproportionate share hospitals make ends meet? You know, all of that provides stability for people back home, and you are just throwing them to the mercy of this rogue president. Meanwhile, the cost of living is going up. President Trump is firing tens of thousands of American workers and scientists, trying to illegally shut down cutting-edge research. He's freezing congressionally appropriated funding. I thought maybe you would honor your responsibility under Article 1 of the U.S. Constitution, but I guess that's too much to ask. All of this does nothing to help keep Americans healthy and well. In fact, it does the opposite. It's incredibly costly. It's a threat to our safety and security in this country. If you want a roadmap to empower China and our adversaries, you're writing that map right now. And for what? To scrape together every penny to be found to give massive tax breaks to the wealthy and the well-connected on the backs of hardworking Americans. Look, people of all political stripes are outraged. This is not business as usual. And we really do expect you to join us, to do everything that we can, working together to protect our democracy, to protect our cutting-edge innovation, where we're currently the world leader, to protect our way of life. That shouldn't be too much to ask. And I hear what you say, but I think we're closely watching what you do, and what you're doing is not living up to your responsibility to this country. That I'll yield back my time.
Gentlelady yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia for 5 minutes for
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
speak on the amendment.
Speaking to the amendment, I just have to say that I understand that procedurally we can't make the objection to germaneness. I wish we had done so sooner. But I will tell you there's a reason for that. And the reason for that is that when you take something this large and add it to a bill that deals with, interestingly, I was looking at the bill and it's confusing as to whether it deals with sodium nitrates or sodium nitrites. It looks like nitrites in the text of the bill, but it's nitrate in the lead up, in the title of the bill. And so I found that interesting. And I find it particularly interesting, Mr. Chairman, because I have a food sensitivity to both nitrites and nitrates, but not everybody does. That said, we have members on this committee who've not heard these bills before. We have a whole myriad of bills that are included in this amendment. And many of the points of debate, and some people I understand are going to vote against some of these today that we're bringing up, but everything that's in this amendment, many of the members on this body heard last year, but not all of them. We have new members. We have freshmen who weren't even a member of Congress in the last term on this committee. And as a result, I think that we should vote no on this amendment so that the debate can be had, so the new members can hear the issues involved in each of these, so they can make their own minds up, hearing from members of both sides of the aisle, making the points that they ought to make. And we're going from sodium nitrite or sodium nitrate, depending on which part controls. I believe it's the text of the bill and not the title. But we're going from that to recycling water, consumer products safety standards for certain batteries, foreign adversary communications, promoting resilient supply chains, deploying American blockchains, secure space, future networks, the Take It Down Act, rural broadband protection, American music tourism, informing consumers about smart devices, securing semiconductor supply chains, Hotel Fee Transparency Act, transparency in charges of certain key events for ticketing, the Routers Act, NTIA reauthorization, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Now, all that being said, I may very well vote for all of those. Think I will, most likely. But Mr. Chairman, everyone on this committee, including the new members and particularly the freshman members, have a right to hear the arguments and the debates and make up their own mind. And if we adopt this amendment, we are denying them that right, and we are taking away from them the ability to make a fully informed decision on these important measures. And so I would say that there's two ways to get to germaneness. One, you can do a procedural motion, or you can vote no on the amendment and let each bill be taken up in its own time today or other days. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from California, Ms. Barragan, for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady's recognized.
I'd like to thank Ranking Member Pallone for offering the amendment to restore the full bipartisan end-of-year package, which includes important policies to reform the practices of pharmacy benefit managers, or PBMs, as was spoken about by Mr. Carter. One of the interesting things that I heard say was 435 members, like we all agree, this is all okay. And we're going to continue to push this. But to right now, it doesn't feel like 435 members' voices matter when Republicans are in control. The one voice that matters to them is Elon Musk. If he says, wait a second, let's go take this PBM reform out of the bill, they're going to take it out of the bill. Why? Because that's who they're beholden to. It's not the constituents who are paying the higher prices. It's not the constituents who are concerned about the price of their medicine that they're worried about. They're worried about Elon Musk. So PBM reform. More than half of adults in this country are worried they won't be able to afford their family's prescription drug costs. Nearly 1 in 3 Americans report not taking their medicines as prescribed because of the cost. This is unacceptable. No one should have to cut pills in half, skip a dose, or choose between medicine and groceries. When people delay care because they can't afford it, they get sicker, and the cost, emergency room visits, hospital stays, go up for everyone. PBMs exploit a system that lacks transparency, thrives on anti-competition behavior, and leaves patients paying the price. This is a nonpartisan issue. That's why I've been proud to co-lead several bills to reform PBM practices, including the Help Copays Act with Chair Buddy Carter and the Drug Act with Representatives Miller Meeks. Last Congress, Democrats reached a bipartisan bicameral agreement with Republicans on policies to reform PBMs with greater transparency and accountability for PBM practices. This will lead to lower prescription drug prices for patients and reduce healthcare costs for employees. Right now, the American people are begging for us to do something to bring down prices. What can we do? PBM reform. This committee worked hard to craft and pass these PBM reforms, which were all set to pass the House and be signed into law last December. But what happened? Of course, that last-minute phone call from the president and tweets from the unelected billionaire who is now apparently running the show, who's calling the shots, who's the one person's voice, unfortunately, that Republicans are listening to, caused this reform to be taken out of the agreement. Elon Musk did all of this and then later admitted he doesn't even know what a PBM is. Meanwhile, House Republicans stood by in silence, choosing loyalty to Trump and Musk over lowering costs for the American people, which of course we're seeing today. As the economy tanks, the stock market tanks, as 401k plans are being evaporated. And what do my colleagues say over there? Oh, it's just some short-term pain. Some people don't have 20 years to rebuild a 401k plan to retire. So who are we fighting for? Are we working for Americans or billionaires and big corporations? I know what House Democrats are doing. We're fighting for the American people. We're fighting to bring down cost. We just need Republicans to join us. And one way to do that is to start, I'd rather finish what we started. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment and pass long overdue PBM reform to lower costs for the people who need it most. And with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Does anyone else wish to be recognized? The gentleman from New York, Mr. Tonko, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I want to echo Ranking Member Pallone's concerns about the end-of-year agreement being broken up through this process because of Elon Musk. This allows for some pieces of widely supported bipartisan legislation to be left behind. I'm indeed worried this is already the case. Before the end-of-year agreement fell apart in December, it includes several bipartisan bills from the Environment Subcommittee's jurisdiction. This included 2 recycling bills that have been considered by the Energy and Commerce Committee in the past and were passed by the Senate on numerous occasions. One of these bills would establish a pilot recycling program at the EPA to award grants to improve recycling accessibility in underserved and rural communities. The other would improve data collection on our nation's recycling systems and explore the potential of a national composting strategy. Neither bill is going to fix our nation's waste and recycling challenges, but they were good, common sense, bipartisan efforts with widespread stakeholder support. Similarly, the omnibus would have reauthorized EPA's DERA program, which provides grants to replace the oldest and the dirtiest diesel engines. And a fourth provision would have allowed for a year-round sale of E15 fuels, an action which has now been taken by both the Biden and Trump administrations. Again, none of these proposals are radical. They have historically enjoyed bipartisan support. They serve the American public extremely well and are denied because of the force of an unelected individual named Elon Musk. If this amendment is not adopted, I do hope these are policies that will be returned to by the committee in the future. They are essential bills that need to be included in the final outcome. With that, Mr. Chair, I thank you and yield back.
Gentleman yields back, and the chair will recognize Mr. Peters from California.
Thank you,
For
Mr.
5
Chair.
minutes.
Sorry, I move to strike the last word. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today we're considering a variety of bills that fall within this committee's jurisdiction, including, as been noted, a number that were part of the year-end package that Congress considered just a few months ago. As folks at home might recall, that's the bill that was blown up because of this body's reaction to Mr. Musk's objection to the page count. Many of those pages were things we voted on here in this very room, things we agreed on almost unanimously. The legislation would have reduced the cost of prescription drugs for all Americans by reforming pharmacy benefit managers, extending telehealth coverage for seniors on Medicare, giving safety net hospitals some financial certainty about the billions of dollars of cuts coming their way. It also included other bills I co-led to prevent fraud in Medicaid and Medicare, to restore telehealth for patients who need cardiac rehabilitation, and reauthorize comprehensive opioid recovery centers that provide wraparound support to people in recovery from addiction. And while I support the other bills that are being considered today, I think it is a stain on this committee's bipartisan reputation that we are dividing up the legislation we worked on last Congress. We're going to work on a lot of partisan things this Congress, but these bipartisan bills should already be law. Look, I think one of the things people on the other side of the aisle reasons that they like working with me is because I have been willing to speak up against people on my side when I think they're wrong. That means sometimes environmental groups, that means sometimes labor groups, that means sometimes President Biden. And I didn't do that out of any sense of disloyalty or personal animus toward President Biden, but when I thought his policies were wrong, I spoke up. So I don't blame Elon Musk or Grover Norquist or Newt Gingrich or Tucker Carlson for anything that happens here. I think it's on all of us who have a vote here to stand up for the work we do here. And we had a package that should be law. We all agreed on it. It should be law. And because of this outside objection, frankly, the Republicans just folded up. And I think this is an opportunity to make good on your promises, to stand behind the work of this committee, to stand behind the work of Congress and the role of Congress. And we need you. We can't do it just as Democrats. We are all independently elected to office on the same day as Donald Trump was. And today we've got tariffs. We've got a president who says he doesn't care if car prices go up. We've got, we're going to pretend, this week the Senate's pretending that extending tax cuts that were temporary in 2017 doesn't cost any money. They're going to pretend that. We've got measles. Y'all need to step up. And you don't have to, you can still support President Trump. You can still work to make sure he's successful. But we got to ask you to stand up for what's right as members of Congress, independently elected to do your job. As I've said before, we work with presidents. We don't work for presidents. Let's do our jobs. I yield.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from Massachusetts seeks recognition for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word in support of the amendment.
Ice.
So once again, we find ourselves having to shine a light on a package of bipartisan bills that should already be law. This amendment is an opportunity for my colleagues across the aisle to get back to governing. This package of bills contains thoughtful bipartisan work that almost every single one of you supported last Congress. Bills to make it easier for children battling rare diseases to cross state lines for the life-saving care that they need, to reinvest in children's cancer research, and to advance solutions to pediatric diseases, 95% of which currently have no treatments or cures for our children. This package passed overwhelmingly in this committee. But as my colleagues have mentioned, when this package was included in the bipartisan spending deal at the end of last year, Elon Musk demanded that it be stripped out, and not a single one of my colleagues across the aisle spoke up. You didn't make a call asking for it to be put back in. You didn't threaten to vote against the package. You left these bills and the kids who are depending on us to pass them out to dry. And now you're allowing the administration to fire critical HHS staff who would be implementing the very policies that we're debating today. You know, this committee has put its head in the sand while the Health and Human Services Department that we have direct oversight of is being dismantled without a single hearing on the matter. And what has the majority decided to do instead? Maybe a closed-door briefing that only half of the committee gets to attend and ask questions. That's not oversight, it's not transparency, and it sure as hell isn't accountability. The truth is, it's hard to trust our Republican colleagues to join us to move bipartisan legislation that helps our constituents. Y'all fold to the whims of the president and his billionaire donors rather than working across the aisle to stand up against these deeply harmful firings and cuts. The American people deserve elected officials who are serious about lowering costs and improving lives, not servants to the president at the expense of good policy and good governance. So I support this amendment, I support this package, as we all did just a few months ago, and I yield back.
Thank you. The gentlelady yields back. Any person on the Republican, anybody on the Democrat side seeking recognition? Seeing none. Seeing no further discussion, the vote occurs on the amendment. Gentleman asked for a roll call vote, and the roll call being requested, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Latta. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes no. Mr. Bilrakis. Mr. Bilrakis votes no. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Hudson votes no. Mr. Carter of Georgia. Mr. Carter of Georgia votes no. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Dunn votes no. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber votes no. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes no. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes no. Mr. Pfluger. Mr. Pfluger votes no. Ms. Harshbarger. Ms. Harshbarger votes no. Mrs. Miller-Meeks. Mrs. Kamick. Mrs. Kamick votes no. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. James. Mr. James votes no. Mr. Benz. Mr. Benz votes no. Mrs. Houchin. Mr. Fry. Mr. Fry votes no. Ms. Lee. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy votes no. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane votes no. Mr. Ruley. Mr. Ruley votes no. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans votes no. Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman votes no. Ms. Fedorchik. Ms. Fedorchik votes no. Mr. Pallone.
Aye.
Mr. Pallone votes aye. Ms. DeGette. Ms. DeGette votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Tonko. Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark? Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Ruiz? Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters? Mr. Peters votes aye. Mrs. Dingell? Mrs. Dingell votes aye. Mr. Vesey? Mr. Vesey votes aye. Ms. Kelly? Ms. Barragan? Mr. Soto? Mr. Soto votes aye. Ms. Schreier? Ms. Schreier votes aye. Mr. Hand? Mr. Hand votes aye. Ms. Fletcher? Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez? Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss? Mr. Auchincloss votes aye. Mr. Carter, Louisiana? Mr. Carter, Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Menendez? Mr. Menendez votes aye. Mr. Mullen? Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Landsman? Mr. Landsman votes aye. Ms. McClellan? Ms. McClellan votes aye. Chairman Guthrie?
Chairman Guthrie votes no.
Chairman Guthrie votes no.
Mr. Latta?
Mr. Latta votes
Mr.
no.
Palmer?
Mr. Palmer votes no.
Mr. Crenshaw?
Mr. Crenshaw votes no.
Dr. Joyce? Mr. Obernolte? Mr. Balderson? Ms. Kelly? Did you get all those?
Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded?
Mr. Griffith?
Mr. Griffith is recorded no.
Anyone else? Not seeing none? The clerk will report. Yes, gentlemen.
Mr. Chairman,
I'm sorry, gentleman from Florida?
yeah, I'm inquiring as to how I voted.
Mr. Bilirakis voted no.
Thank you.
Gentlemen. Okay. So gentlemen will report.
Chairman Guthrie, on that vote, there were 27 noes and 23 ayes.
With 27 noes and 23 ayes, the amendment is not agreed to. Are there any further amendments?
Mr. Chairman, may I ask you a question?
Yes, you may. Gentleman is recognized.
As you know, I have concerns that moving the end-of-the-year bills separately could result in Republican-led bills moving to the floor and Democratic-led bills being left behind. I know this isn't your intention, but I do worry about the Republican leadership. So as I mentioned, that's why we continue to be frustrated that these bills, or that's one of the reasons we're frustrated, that these bills did not become law last Congress and that we're not moving them as a package today. My staff raised these concerns with your staff in preparation for the markup, and I know that your staff sent us an email, and I want to make sure I understand the path forward. According to the staff email, we understand that floor staff confirmed that all the CMT bills and the CAT bills would be on the floor, likely under suspension, but on the same day, and that it was an agreement with Mr. Scalise and the leadership that would happen, that they would all move on the floor the same day. So I was just going to ask you, is that your understanding? Is that our path forward?
So, yes, so your staff did bring that to our attention. We talked to the leaders. The leader has given us a commitment that the bills, regardless of who the sponsor is that we're passing today, will come to the floor. These are bills that we all agree on, and I understand your concern, but I do have a commitment that that it will to the floor, and I'll also commit to you that I will work with our Senate colleagues once these pass the floor and with the White House to see that the bills, regardless of the party of the sponsor, are signed into law.
But let me ask you, I appreciate that, but let me ask you, I don't have the email in front of me, but I don't want to be a stickler for the email. But my understanding is we're talking about the same day, that they're going to be brought up the same day. Is that accurate?
My understanding that is the commitment, probably mostly under suspension since there's so many bills, but yes, they will. Floor time, that is the commitment, and I will commit to you that there will be, the Democrat bills will be included in whatever process the floor does. It will be Democrat and Republican bills together, and have the commitment for the leader to do that.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you for that confirmation. And as we've all said, we look forward to continue to work on these bills this Congress. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. So, seeing no further amendments?
No amendment.
Anyone want to speak on the bill, the delay from Massachusetts?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word in support of the bill.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. I introduced the Bipartisan Youth Poisoning Protection Act to address an alarming and growing public health crisis. The promotion and use of sodium nitrite, a dangerous and toxic chemical, as a method for suicide. 3 years ago, the New York Times brought to light a disturbing trend. An online suicide assistant forum hidden in the dark corners of the internet are actively encouraging individuals to take their own lives. These forums have been instrumental in the rise of suicides using sodium nitrite, a chemical that, in its safe, low-concentration form, is often used to cure meat and fish. However, in high concentrations, sodium nitrite becomes highly toxic at levels comparable to cyanide. If the story ended there, it would still be tragic, but sadly, it gets even worse. While anonymous users of these online forums tout sodium nitrite as a painless way to end one's life, survivors of this method share a very different, haunting reality. They describe excruciating experiences, nausea, vomiting, severe stomach pain, heart palpitations, as the poison deprives the body of vital oxygen. When my office became aware of the growing availability of this substance as a suicide method, we acted immediately. Many websites we contacted took swift action to remove listings for sodium nitrite or to restrict sales to businesses with legitimate, proven uses for it. But despite these efforts, there are still bad actors out there, websites designed specifically to sell this poison as part of a suicide kit, preying on individuals in their darkest moments. Unfortunately, there are currently no federal laws that can effectively stop these dangerous transactions. The Youth Poisoning Protection Act changes that. This legislation would prohibit the sale of sodium nitrite to consumers in concentrations higher than 10%, the threshold established by independent experts for safe use. This bill is not aimed at affecting legitimate business operations. Some businesses, like those that cure meat or fish in large quantities, require high concentrated sodium nitrite as part of their process. This bill does not disrupt those operations. Its sole focus is on preventing the direct sale of highly concentrated sodium nitrite to consumers, specifically stopping the bad actors who are exploiting vulnerable individuals by promoting this deadly chemical for suicide. This is a straightforward solution with the potential to save countless lives. I urge all members of this committee to join us in supporting this essential bipartisan legislation that was advanced through this committee and passed overwhelmingly on the House floor last year. It's simple, it's an effective step toward saving lives, and I believe we have a shared responsibility to protect the most vulnerable among us. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. The gentlelady yields back. Any further discussion on the bill? Seeing none, the question now occurs on adopting H.R. 1442. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. I'm sorry, a roll call has been requested, so the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Latta. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilrakis. Mr. Bilrakis votes aye. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Carter of Georgia. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Dunn votes aye. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber votes aye. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Pfluger. Mr. Pfluger votes aye. Mrs. Harshbarger. Mrs. Harshbarger votes aye. Mrs. Miller-Meeks. Mrs. Miller-Meeks votes aye. Mrs. Kamick. Mrs. Kamick votes aye. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Mr. James. Mr. James votes aye. Mr. Bentz. Mr. Bentz votes aye. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Fry. Mr. Fry votes aye. Ms. Lee. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy votes aye. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane votes aye. Mr. Rulli. Mr. Rulli votes aye. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans votes aye. Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman votes aye. Ms. Fedorchik. Ms. Fedorchik votes aye. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes aye. Ms. DeGette. Ms. DeGette votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Tonko. Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes aye. Mrs. Dingell. Mrs. Dingell votes aye. Mr. Vesey. Mr. Vesey votes aye. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Barragan. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes aye. Ms. Schreier. Ms. Schreier votes aye. Mr. Han. Mr. Han votes aye. Ms. Fletcher. Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss. Mr. Auchincloss votes aye. Mr. Carter of Louisiana. Mr. Carter of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez votes aye. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Landsman. Mr. Landsman votes aye. Ms. McClellan. Ms. McClellan votes aye. Chairman Guthrie. Chairman Guthrie votes aye. Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Carter of Georgia votes aye. Chairman Guthrie, on that vote, there were 50 ayes and 1 no.
Excuse me, the chair calls up 973 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 973.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment any point so ordered. Does anybody seek recognition on the bill? The gentlelady from New York is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the bill.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you.
What happened to mine?
I am a proud co-sponsor and co-lead of H.R. 973, legislation that serves as a solution to a problem that we in this committee and Americans across the country agree is desperately needed. Just as I was proud to join with Congressman Torres in supporting this bill last Congress, and I'm grateful for his continued leadership. And while my belief in this bill's necessity remains absolute, I am simply stunned that it's not already law. The leaders of this committee, along with a bicameral, bipartisan group of congressional leaders, negotiated an end-of-year package that included this very legislation, along with a number of other bills being considered at today's markup. Democrats and Republicans were ready and willing to pass this legislative package, most of which went through the regular order in December of 2024. The only reason these bills are not already law is because they were killed on the orders of one man, Elon Musk. One man, through one tweet, was all it took to undermine months of painstaking bipartisan negotiations to advance the priorities of both parties. I can't tell you if it was fear, fealty, foolishness, or just an infatuation with chaos. All I know is that one social media post from the wealthiest man in the world, in world history, who also just so happens to be Donald Trump's biggest financial supporter, and my Republican colleagues shriveled up and allowed an ineffective, embarrassing bill to pass. And now they have the audacity to ask us to sit here today and pretend that everything is normal. It is not. I refuse to accept this scam of a status quo. I will no longer sit back and trade support for each other's bills. Let House GOP leadership use that bipartisan support to fill up the suspension calendar with only Republican bills, and then simply hope and pray that Elon Musk, or whoever the preferred billionaire of the day, is willing to permit Democratic bills to move forward. I'm done with waiting on Republicans to magically regrow the backbone Donald Trump ripped from their bodies. I'm done letting my support for common sense legislation at the committee level be used as cover to advance Republican priorities, while Democratic bills and Democratic priorities are left to rot or die because that's what the oligarch class ordered. We are in crisis, and we need to act like it. We are being led by an administration run by a convicted felon and his Nazi-saluting billionaire sidekick, an administration that routinely and proudly seeks to bend, circumvent, and straight up ignore the rule of law, the Constitution, and even federal court rulings whenever any of them stand in the way of their goals. And all the while, my colleagues across the aisle say nothing and do nothing. This administration fires dozens of inspector generals, the very people responsible for finding the waste, fraud, and abuse they pretend to care so deeply about. What's the response? Silence. This administration tries to illegally fire Democratic FTC commissioners to ensure no dissenting views are represented on the commission. And what's the response? Silence. This administration weaponizes once independent agencies to serve as their own personal enforcers to shake down law firms. And what's the response? Silence. The lawlessness and disregard for the lives of those impacted by this administration is only escalating, and enough is enough. Business, as usual for me, is over. So while I still believe in this bill, and while I support a number of the other bills in this markup on the merits, if my Republican colleagues want the ability to say their bills passed through this committee unanimously, sorry to disappoint, but that time is over. I will be voting no on every bill today and will continue to do so until we return to something approaching normalcy and the Democratic bills receive their deserved consideration. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. The gentlelady from New York yields back. The gentleman from New York is recognized to speak on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The safety of the American consumers must always come first, and that to remain true when looking at the rising appeal of e-mobility devices. Rechargeable lithium-ion batteries are everywhere. They power e-bikes and scooters, and they're all over New York City and every other major city in this country. But far too many of these batteries are cheaply made overseas, particularly in China, with little regard for safety. The flood of shoddily manufactured lithium-ion batteries into the United States with no serious safety standards has led to deadly fires and explosions and has even led to the deaths of innocent people and first responders. In New York City alone, these batteries have caused 850 fires since 2021, resulting in more than 450 injuries and 34 tragic deaths. Just this year, 279 e-mobility fires have been reported already, a staggering increase from 44 in 2020. And this problem isn't just limited to New York. Across the country, families have been left homeless and first responders put in danger by low-quality batteries powering many of these e-bikes and scooters. H.R. 973, the Setting Consumer Standards for Lithium-Ion Batteries Act, sponsored by my colleague, Representative Richie Torres, is a common-sense solution that will set clear safety standards for rechargeable lithium-ion batteries used in e-mobility devices, ensuring that only safe, tested products reach American consumers. I'm proud to co-lead this legislation, and I urge my colleagues to support the bill. H.R. 973 protects American consumers and first responders from dangerous, even life-threatening products from overseas in China. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the bill? Seeing none, the question now occurs on adopting H.R. 973. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is agreed to. The chair calls up H.R. 633 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 633, a bill to require covered platforms to remove non-consensual...
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point so ordered. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the bill? Who's on the other side? Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Pull my notes up. I rise in support of the Take It Down Act and am deeply concerned about the rise in deepfake pornographic images in the United States that destroy innocent lives, as well as the inconsistent or rather non-existent legislation to protect victims of this egregious act at a state level. This bill is a critical step to solve this problem and protect innocent victims of non-consensual intimate imagery. We've heard time and again of the horrific stories of people ranging from celebrities to 14-year-old girls that have been victimized by this harmful content by strangers or even their peers. And while AI has the potential to be harnessed for incredible things, there are far too many predators out there who abuse its power to exploit innocent people, which is why Congress must implement decisive federal guidelines. Myself, as a father of 3 girls, it's sickening, it's harmful, and it must stop. Big tech will not remain complicit anymore. They will take it down. This common sense legislation is simple and should be a no-brainer to support. It would criminalize the publication of non-consensual sexually exploitative images, including AI-generated deepfakes, and require platforms to remove them. This legislation has also been narrowly crafted to ensure that it does not affect consensual and constitutionally protected speech, which brings me back to the fact that this should be a no-brainer to support. And if anyone here is on the fence about this legislation, I urge you to put yourself in the shoes of your daughter, your wife, your sister, or anyone who has fallen victim to these egregious acts. The Take It Down Act has not only passed the Senate unanimously, but President Trump and First Lady Melania Trump have openly supported this legislation. I'm proud to be one of the House co-leads on this bipartisan, bicameral effort to prevent explicit material from circulating and harming innocent victims. And of all the things that we do in Congress, I think this act, this Take It Down Act, in a bipartisan fashion, can move the needle to protect innocent people, can move the needle to protect our sisters, our daughters, our wives, and anyone who has been taken advantage of. I urge both Republicans and Democrats on this committee to support this legislation and get it swiftly signed into law and yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from the gentlelady from Florida is first. Gentlelady from Florida is recognized.
Amendment at the desk.
Do you want to speak on the bill or amendment? Do you want to
I have
speak
an
on the bill,
amendment.
gentleman?
Speak on the bill.
Okay, we'll speak on the bill, and then gentlelady from Florida. I'll go. You have a speak on the bill as well. Our gentleman from California is
Thank you,
recognized.
Mr. Chairman. I move to
Speak on the
strike the
bill.
last word on the bill. The Take It Down Act is a critical step in protecting individuals, especially our children, from the devastating consequences of online exploitation. As a father of twin 10-year-old daughters who are just beginning to explore the digital world, I worry constantly about the risks they face. The idea that they could be exposed, harassed, or exploited online is terrifying. Every day, intimate images are weaponized without consent, causing lasting harm. According to the Cyber Civil Rights Initiative, 1 in 12 U.S. adults have been impacted by the non-consensual sharing of intimate images. 90% of them are women. This crisis is even more dire for children. In 2023, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children received over 32 million reports of online child sexual exploitation. Even more troubling, cases of sextortion, where minors are coerced into sharing explicit images, have surged by 322% since 2019. Young people are especially vulnerable in the digital age, where a single mistake or moment of trust can lead to a lifetime of trauma. Sadly, this is not something that is only happening in one part of the country. It's affecting victims everywhere. Last week, in the Coachella Valley, where my district is located, a deeply disturbing case has come to light. A Reddit page appeared. It was dedicated to seeking, posting, and trading intimate images of women without their consent. This group does not stop at violating women's privacy. It also shares their full names and locations, putting their safety at grave risk. Even more disturbingly, this operation has moved to a private Telegram group where the predatory behavior has escalated unchecked. This page should have never been allowed to exist, and it probably wouldn't have if the Take It Down Act had been signed into law in the December 2024 end-of-year package, like it was intended. But instead of putting our children's safety first, Republicans chose President Trump and Musk's petty politics over protecting victims and children. They decided to take it down following Musk's orders. And because of that inaction, individuals continue to suffer, these predators continue to exploit, and our communities continue to live in fear. That said, we must go further. We need to design digital platforms that protect children's privacy from the start. That's why we must also consider the Senate Kids Online Safety Act, or KOSA, which puts the responsibility where it belongs on tech companies to make their platforms safer in the first place. Because while removal is essential, prevention is just as critical. And I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support the Take It Down Act and urge a vote on KOSA to end this digital abuse now. So let's do the right thing. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair will recognize the gentleman from Georgia for 5 minutes to speak on the bill.
Move to strike the last word. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to express my support for H.R. 633, the Take It Down Act, which will protect all Americans from vengeful deepfake pornography that is produced and promoted against their will. AI has been revolutionary thus far and has offered a golden pathway to further innovation and technology that can improve and even save lives. Unfortunately, the advancement of AI has also opened new doors to ruin people's lives with malicious, lewd, and pornographic content. Revenge porn is something that no one should ever be subjected to, as it has led to the destruction of lives and the dreadful outcome of suicide for some. We must give our nation's children protection from these AI-generated deepfakes. This bill will criminalize the publication of non-consensual exploitive images, including AI deepfakes. This law will provide a strict framework for social media and other online platforms to swiftly remove deepfakes and other pornographic material in 48 hours or less. I am happy to support the Take It Down Act out of the Energy and Commerce Committee today. And I would also like to thank Senator Cruz and the First Lady for their advocacy on this piece of legislation. It's time we all work together to empower victims and help them take it down. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes to speak on the bill, Mrs. Dingell from Michigan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
I am a proud co-lead of this bipartisan, bicameral Take It Down Act, which recently passed the Senate unanimously. And I want to thank Representative Salazar, Dean, and Pfluger, as well as Senator Cruz and Klobuchar for their leadership on this critical issue. Let's be clear. This bill should already be law. Last year, this bill was included in the end-of-the-year budget package until it was stripped out because some of my colleagues caved to outside pressure. I'm glad to see them say they're supporting it today, and I hope they'll stay strong if somebody tries to cause problems again. And while I do support this bill, I will offer an amendment today, and others are going to as well, which will make it even stronger for those who need protections the most. I hope my colleagues will consider them before they automatically reject them. We have to work together to protect women and children from new and evolving threats. As artificial intelligence advances, so do new forms of abuse, primarily targeting women and children. Deepfake pornography is not just a tool for harassment, it's being weaponized to silence and humiliate women, exploit children, and destroy lives. We've seen it used against women in public life, young girls, and even our own colleagues. No one in this committee thinks that this is acceptable, and it's a crisis that demands immediate action. The Take It Down Act provides victims with a path to justice, ensures these harmful images are removed, and holds perpetrators accountable. But let me be clear, this isn't just about AI-driven exploitations. It's part of a broader fight to protect women and survivors of abuse. For years, I've worked to address domestic violence, coercive control, and the misuse of technology to harm victims. I've been focused on ensuring survivors have the tools they need to reclaim their safety. And I'd be remiss, my friends, if I didn't point out contradictions here today. Some of my colleagues rightfully expressed their support for protecting women and children. And I think we all share that. And I believe they mean it. But at the same time, they back efforts that are gutting the very agencies responsible for enforcing these protections. We can't have it both ways. We need to protect women and children. So I hope my colleagues will consider good faith amendments today to strengthen this bill. We cannot afford to wait. We must act now to protect women and children from new and emerging threats. So I urge my colleagues to consider the amendments today and to support the Take It Down Act and move it through this committee. It's time we deliver for women and children who are counting on us, not to play political games, but to keep them safe. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Thank you. The gentlelady yields back. Anyone seeking recognition to speak on the bill? The gentlelady from Massachusetts. Gentlelady from New York will be next.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I move to strike
You're
the
recognized
last
for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I strongly support the Take It Down Act, bipartisan legislation that addresses an urgent and growing threat, the proliferation of non-consensual sexually exploitive images online. This problem is particularly alarming with respect to children, and with the rise of artificial intelligence, it's only getting worse. AI can now create these images within seconds, and they often spread online in mere minutes or hours. The impact on these victims is devastating. They can ruin reputations, destroy careers, and cause significant mental health harm, all with little recourse for those whose lives are upended by this abuse. Congress has the responsibility and the obligation to act. This legislation is an essential step toward protecting victims, particularly minors, and taking decisive action against this crisis. It's worth noting that while this bill shares bipartisan support, the agency responsible for implementing it after it passes is currently being undermined. The president's unlawful attempt to remove 2 FTC commissioners will hinder the implementation of the Take It Down Act. And in doing so, it will make it harder to take down these sexually exploitive images popping up across the internet without victims' consent. So I urge my colleagues to join me in standing for a strong, independent FTC that will be instrumental in combating this crisis. I'll also add, Mr. Chairman, that passing this bill should not be seen as the end of our work. It would be a mistake to believe that enacting this legislation alone solves the broader challenges facing Americans online. It's my hope that this committee will continue the bipartisan progress we've made, particularly on comprehensive privacy reform and stronger children's privacy protections. These efforts directly complement the Take It Down Act, further advancing our shared goal of protecting Americans of all ages online. And finally, I want to acknowledge the concerns raised by many civil liberty and technology groups about the potential impact of this bill on encrypted services. These concerns focus primarily on whether encrypted platforms such as messaging apps and storage services could fall under the bill's definition of a covered platform. As someone who has spent considerable time in this committee working to protect and promote encryption in order to safeguard Americans' privacy, I can assure you that I'm committed to ensuring that the language in our bill is as clear and protective as possible of this vital technology. The Take It Down Act defines a covered platform as any website, online service, or application that primarily provides a forum for user-generated content. That word forum is critical. A forum is a space for open public discussion, a place for public discourse. Social media platforms like X and TikTok are prime examples. On the other hand, services that operate more like private channels where information is exchanged securely and privately between a select group of users are not forums. Encrypted services such as messaging apps that ensure content is only seen by the intended recipients, not by the service provider, fit this definition of a channel, not a forum. That's why I do not believe that encrypted services will fall under the scope of this bill. They are not the platforms targeted by the Take It Down Act, and their encryption should not be compromised. But that doesn't mean that anyone can simply use encrypted services to publish NDII legally. Under the bill, the publication of NDII becomes a criminal offense. I'm proud of the work that this committee is doing to address this pressing issue, one that affects more and more of our constituents every day, and look forward to continuing that work. I urge my colleagues to support the Take It Down Act and to stand with the victims it aims to protect. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. The gentlelady yields back. Any member seeking recognition for discussion? Gentlelady from New York, Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'd like to thank the primary sponsors of this bill on both sides of the aisle for making this issue such a priority. Right now, 1 in 8 teenagers in the United States has a friend who has been impacted by deepfake harassment in schools. This issue has completely exploded very rapidly right under our noses, and I'm very thankful for the responsiveness of members and leadership for bringing this bill forward. I also want to reiterate that Take It Down is a very important step. Right now, many of our platforms lack legal clarity on this issue. Unfortunately, non-consensual deepfake pornography is in a legal area, a gray legal area, and absent clarity, it's very difficult for platforms to take this material down. So this bill will provide the clarity that is needed in order to help victims of this be able to take down some of these materials. I also want to emphasize that our work in this issue is not done. What this bill excludes is the ability for victims to have a civil right of action, and which means that essentially having their day in court without going to criminal trial isn't necessarily a possibility, or it's less of a possibility with this bill. And so I'm very supportive of us passing this legislation, and I look forward to us bringing forward civil right of action for victims in future legislation so that we can have a full package of the ability for victims to be able to stand up for themselves and take down this material. And with that, I yield back. Thank you.
Gentlelady yields. Is there any further discussion on the bill? The gentlewoman from Washington, Dr. Schreier, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the sponsors of this really important bill, the Take It Down Act. It's a great bill. It's a necessary bill. It demands the immediate removal of real or deep fake sexual images that are posted online without the consent of the victim. These images are so traumatizing and destructive. I mean, at the very least, they are shaming and embarrassing, but they are also threatening and lead to extortion and trafficking and are awful for the victims. And that is why this is such a necessary bill and such a great bill, and I support this bill. It protects people, and particularly children. But right now, it's feeling like empty words because my Republican colleagues just stood by while the administration fired FTC commissioners, the exact people who enforce this law. And without enforcement, this is just a discussion. This is not going to protect anybody. In fact, it feels almost like my Republican colleagues are just giving a wink and a nod to the predators out there who are waiting to exploit kids and other innocent victims. So I just want to say that if my colleagues really, truly want to protect kids like I do, they will insist that the administration restore the FTC commissioners, the cops on the beat who will enforce this law, who will punish the perpetrators and truly protect kids and other victims out there. Please consider reinstating the people who will enforce this excellent law. Thank you.
Gentlelady yields. Is there any further discussion on the bill? Seeing none. For what purpose does the gentleman, Mr. Soto, seek to be recognized?
To introduce Amendment 633-01.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 633, offered by Mr. Soto of Florida. At the end of the bill, add the following.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is... Gentleman reserves a point of order. Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Mr. Soto is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment would condition the effective date of this act on the withdrawal of the president's illegal attempt to fire 2 FTC commissioners. We have an opportunity to vote on many important consumer protection bills today, including the Take It Down Act, which I support and plan to vote for today. We also have the Informing Consumers About Smart Devices Act, the Ticket Act, the Hotel Fees Transparency Act, and eventually comprehensive privacy and social media regulation. All require a strong, fully functional Federal Trade Commission. This is why we must take this unlawful attempt to fire 2 FTC commissioners head on. Silence, mere complaining is not enough. Our constituents are counting on us and on the FTC to stop fraud, to stop exploitation and abuse of kids like the Take It Down Act would do, to help seniors, protect consumers, and lower costs. Commissioner Rebecca Kelly Slaughter, whose term would not expire until 2029, and Commissioner Alvaro Bedoya, whose term doesn't expire till next year, were terminated without cause. This was illegal, unconstitutional. Under Humphrey's Executive v. U.S., a case that dates back to 1935, presidents, including President Trump, cannot fire FTC commissioners without cause. They said, the court at that time, the Constitution never gave presidents illimitable power of removal. President Trump's attempts to fire these folks were illegal. It's time for this committee to reassert our power, to reassert our responsibility. It's time to act to protect exploited kids like we hope to do with this bill today, and swindled consumers and struggling seniors. It's time to get off the sidelines and act. Otherwise, these good consumer protection bills passed today will be ineffective when they finally get into law, and it's time to make sure that Congress steps up to make sure President Trump is abiding by the Constitution and by the independent power of the FTC. And with that, I yield.
The gentleman yields. Is there any further discussion on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike last word.
Gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am profoundly disappointed by this thinly veiled delay tactic. This amendment is nothing less than an attempt to derail this very important bill that we have to move forward. Everybody wants to talk about how we care about women and children, but when it comes down to moving it quickly to protect the most vulnerable, my Democrat colleagues are using stall tactics and performative protesting. This is not the time for games. This is not gamesmanship. But if we want to talk about hypocrisy, if we want to talk about saying one thing and doing another, let's just talk about people who were here in the 117th Congress, the 2021-2022, during the same time frame that 33 children below the age of 13 died in TikTok challenges. Let's talk about the time that they were in the majority in the House. They were in the majority in the Senate, and they had a very popular president with Kelly Slaughter leading the FTC. They want to talk about cops. Well, you know what? Sometimes there are bad cops who don't do their jobs and have to be fired. I haven't heard of any of the Democrats who are in the majority talking about that. They want to talk about delay tactics. Well, the facts of the matter is Kelly Slaughter was the interim chair at the beginning of 2021. She was in her position for 7 years. The gentleman who introduced this amendment was literally on this committee during this time frame and did nothing, did absolutely nothing. They care more about protecting unelected bureaucrats than they care about protecting children's lives and protecting parents' rights. They're talking about us standing by while these terrible bureaucrats are fired, and they stood by and let them stay. Well, the American people are sick and tired of it, which is why they elected President Trump and gave us the majority in Congress. They need to stop with these games, stop talking out of both sides of their mouths, do their doggone jobs, and for the same people who said, I quote, "We also support the Take It Down Act, and we stand with the families here today and the excruciating stories that you have to tell us." Excruciating pain. For people who also have daughters and sons, excruciating. Does that seem like pain that can be delayed in assuaging? Does that sound like pain that the American people are ready to allow Congress to play games with? Absolutely not. I would encourage a no vote on this politically driven agenda. And I hope and pray that my colleagues will turn more of their focus to the American people than Elon Musk. I yield.
Gentleman yields. The chair recognizes the ranking member from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone.
I move to strike the last word. Mr.
Gentleman's
Chairman.
recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I have to totally disagree with the gentleman, Mr. James. Look, the bottom line is we had a hearing a couple, I guess last week or a week or so ago, on kids' privacy bills. And I made the point that day that the Republican majority in this committee is basically trying to give the impression that they're acting on kids' privacy, that they're concerned about kids' privacy. Bottom line is those bills passed out of this committee last session, and the Republican leadership refused to bring them up on the floor. So who's kidding who here? If the FTC commissioners are fired, I know he only fired the 2 Democrats, but who knows? Trump might fire the Republicans as well, because we don't know what he does from one day to the next. He likes to fire people, particularly for independent agencies. There's going to be no enforcement. There's going to be no enforcement of the Take It Down Act. There'll be no enforcement of anything related to kids' privacy. When you talk about who's pulling the wool over the eyes, the wool's being pulled over the eyes by the Republicans because, they pass bills out of committee, then they don't bring them up on the floor. They fire the commissioners that would enforce the law. So it's all very nice to say that we're going to pass the Take It Down Act, and hopefully, based on the commitment that Chairman Guthrie made, that all these bills are going to go to the floor together one day. I hope so. I mean, I know he's going to try, and he has that commitment from Scalise, but we never know. Last Congress, we had so many bills that never reached the floor. So who knows what happens with the Take It Down Act? Who knows if they ever bring up the kids' privacy bills? But in any case, there's not going to be any enforcement if there's no FTC, and that's where we are. The FTC has a long track record of working on a bipartisan basis to rein in big tech's attempts to mislead consumers and misuse their personal data. President Trump's unlawful attempts to decimate the independent bipartisan FTC is just another, in my opinion, blatant giveaway to the big tech CEOs who sat on the dais at his inauguration. President Trump illegally attempted to fire these commissioners because he does not want the FTC to do the important work of holding big tech accountable. So they're the ones that are behind all this. They're the ones that don't want to enforce the law. They're the ones that don't care about privacy. And they're sitting there, Trump is doing their work by firing or attempting to fire these commissioners. Media reports have been circulating that Mark Zuckerberg, the head of Facebook, has asked President Trump to direct the FTC to dismiss its antitrust case against Facebook. Instead of defending the independence of the FTC, the current FTC chairman has confirmed that he would do as directed by the president. And the absence of minority commissioners would certainly make that a lot easier. So if we all want to be serious about protecting consumers, including our kids, from harms online, it's not enough to pass the Take It Down Act. We also have to be full-throated advocates for a fully functioning, independent, bipartisan FTC. And I call on my Republican colleagues to recognize that the president's illegal power grab is hurting everyday Americans and helping big tech, and it has to be reversed. If Republicans want to show they care about protecting children, they will support Mr. Soto's amendment to ensure there is a cop on the beat. Otherwise, we have no cop on the beat. And we can do whatever we want here to pass bills, move bills forward. Meanwhile, Trump fires people at the Health and Human Services, at the FDA, at the CDC, fires commissioners of all the independent agencies. Who's going to be the cop on the beat? There isn't going to be anybody left to enforce the law. So we can add all the laws we want here. And I'm not saying we shouldn't. I support this. But to suggest somehow that this is not an important amendment, this is a crucial amendment. And if it goes down to defeat, then who is going to be the cop on the beat? But in any case, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Kelly, is recognized.
I want to yield my time to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Soto.
Thank you so much, Representative Kelly. We had a bipartisan privacy bill. It was killed by the Republicans last term. Social media regulation, still outstanding because it was killed by the Republicans. Big tech billionaires had a better seat at the inauguration than the Republican governors did. False slandering FTC commissioners is not going to work today. Hissy fits won't distract us, and fake news will not go unchecked. I urge you all to join us in this. This is about the power of Congress. Otherwise, we have a king and not a president. We have cops who are taken off the beat for the very bills that you all seem to care about. This is the moment. Step up. Let this committee do its job. And I yield back.
I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields if there's no further discussion. Dr. Schreier. The chair recognizes Dr. Schreier from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to applaud this amendment. This amendment says restore the cops on the beat, restore the enforcers of this law that will protect children. At the same time, we passed the Take It Down Act. One without the other just doesn't make sense. So I'm going to address what my colleague, Mr. James, said. This is not a delay tactic. This is a speed it up tactic. This is a get your tails in gear amendment. This is a move it along amendment. This is a hustle and get it done so we can get these both done together and protect Kids Act. Unless you get those FTC commissioners who are going to enforce taking down pornographic images, you're going to get nothing. And so I ask all of my colleagues, my Republican colleagues, get it together. Call the White House, restore the FTC commissioners, get this law enforced, and you have partners here to pass it and protect our children. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields. If there is no further discussion, the vote on the amendment shall occur. A recorded vote has been requested. The clerk will call the vote.
Mr. Latta. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes no. Mr. Bilrakis. Mr. Bilrakis votes no. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Carter of Georgia. Mr. Carter of Georgia votes no. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes no. Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber votes no. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes no. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes no. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes no. Mr. Pfluger. Mr. Pfluger votes no. Mrs. Harshbarger. Ms. Harshbarger votes no. Mrs. Miller-Meeks. Mrs. Miller-Meeks votes no. Mrs. Kamick. Mrs. Kamick votes no. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. James. Mr. James votes no. Mr. Bentz. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes no. Mr. Fry. Mr. Fry votes no. Ms. Lee. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy votes no. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane votes no. Mr. Ruley. Mr. Ruley votes no. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans votes no. Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman votes no. Mrs. Fedorchik. Mrs. Fedorchik votes no. Mr. Pallone. Aye. Mr. Pallone votes aye. Ms. DeGette. Ms. DeGette votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Aye. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Tonko. Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters. Mrs. Dingell. Mrs. Dingell votes aye. Mr. Vesey. Mr. Vesey votes aye. Ms. Kelly. Aye. Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Barragan. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes aye. Ms. Schreier. Ms. Schreier votes aye. Mr. Hand. Mr. Hand votes aye. Ms. Fletcher. Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss. Mr. Auchincloss votes aye. Mr. Carter of Louisiana. Mr. Carter of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez votes aye. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Landsman. Mr. Landsman votes aye. Ms. McClellan. Ms. McClellan votes aye. Chairman Guthrie. No. Chairman Guthrie votes no.
How is Mr. Latta recorded?
Mr. Latta is not recorded. Mr.
How is
Latta
Mr.
votes
Hudson
no.
recorded?
Mr. Hudson is not. Mr. Hudson votes no.
How is Mr. Crenshaw recorded?
Mr. Crenshaw votes no.
How is Mr. Palmer recorded?
Mr. Palmer is not recorded. Mr. Palmer votes no.
Does anyone else wish?
Ms. Lee votes no.
How is Mr. Obernolte recorded?
Mr. Obernolte is not recorded. Mr. Obernolte votes no.
The clerk will report the result.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 22 ayes and 28 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Are there any further amendments? Mrs. Dingell from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment at the desk labeled Amendment 63303.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 633 offered by Mrs. Dingell. Page 2,
Without
line
objection,
26.
the reading of the amendment is dispensed. The gentleman reserves a point of order. The gentlelady from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As many on this committee know, I strongly support the Take It Down Act. However, we must ensure it is as strong, effective, and impactful as possible. And I want to ensure that this bill actually works. That's why I'm offering this amendment to tighten up the bill text, close loopholes, and hold platforms accountable so that we can strengthen its ability to protect survivors of online abuse. Deepfake images are often indistinguishable from authentic content, so we need to fully capture AI-driven exploitation in this bill. We have to prevent ambiguity and strengthen the takedown process by ensuring key terms are carried over properly. My amendment makes necessary refinements to the bill text, including carrying language from section to section to ensure the bill explicitly covers both non-consensual, authentic imagery, and digital forgeries. It also strengthens the takedown process and ensures enforcement mechanisms work. Importantly, my amendment also ensures that constitutionally protected speech is preserved by incorporating essential provisions for consensual content and matters of public concern. My goal is to protect survivors of abuse, not suppress lawful expression or shield misconduct from public accountability. If we are looking to protect women, children, and those who are targeted by deepfake content, the provisions I propose are not partisan. I've heard from many, many stakeholders that we need to tighten up this bill, and my amendment is good policy. Survivors deserve a clear path to justice, and we must act decisively to protect them. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, ensure the Take It Down Act is as strong as possible. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Pfluger, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate my colleague who I know supports the bill overall, and actually we've heard a lot of support from the other side of the aisle. I'd recommend we move forward with the bill and actually start protecting kids. But I do appreciate my colleague from Michigan. I just think the word virtually is unnecessary here, and I don't think that it adds anything. In fact, I think it opens legally a lot of vulnerabilities to interpretation, and kind of line by line. I mean, the constitutionally protected speech, I mean, the notice and the takedown process already require that evidence that an image was published without consent of the person. And I think that particular piece right there, when you look at the word virtually, does open a lot of loopholes. We could go further into digital forgeries, but these are a category in a subcategory of intimate visual depictions, and the definition of digital forgery is added in the definition of this legislation. So while I appreciate the efforts, let's move forward. Let's quit the stall tactics and move forward with voting on the major legislation. I don't support this amendment. Yield back.
Gentleman yields. Does any further member wish to speak on the amendment? If there's no further discussion, yes. A roll call has been requested. The clerk will request the roll.
Mr. Latta. Mr. Latta votes no. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes no. Mr. Bilrakis. Mr. Bilrakis votes no. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Hudson votes no. Mr. Carter of Georgia. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes no. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes no. Mr. Weber. Mr. Allen. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes no. Mr. Weber votes no. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes no. Mr. Pfluger. Mr. Pfluger votes no. Ms. Harshbarger. Mrs. Harshbarger votes no. Mrs. Miller-Meeks. Mrs. Kamick. Mrs. Kamick votes no. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. James. Mr. James votes no. Mr. Bentz. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes no. Mr. Fry. Mr. Fry votes no. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy votes no. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane votes no. Mr. Ruley. Mr. Ruley votes no. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans votes no. Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman votes no. Mrs. Fedorchik. Mrs. Fedorchik votes no. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes aye. Ms. DeGette. Ms. DeGette votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Tonko. Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters. Mrs. Dingell. Mrs. Dingell votes aye. Mr. Vesey. Mr. Vesey votes aye. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Barragan. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes aye. Ms. Schreier. Ms. Schreier votes aye. Mr. Han. Mr. Han votes aye. Ms. Fletcher. Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss. Mr. Auchincloss votes aye. Mr. Carter of Louisiana. Mr. Carter of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez votes aye. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Landsman. Mr. Landsman votes aye. Ms. McClellan. Ms. McClellan votes aye. Chairman Guthrie. Chairman Guthrie votes no.
How was Dr. Dunn recorded?
Dr. Dunn is not recorded. Mr. Dunn votes no.
How was Mr. Carter recorded?
Mr. Carter is not recorded.
How was Dr.
Carter votes
Dr.
no.
Miller Meeks recorded?
Mrs. Miller Meeks is not recorded. Mrs.
How
Miller
was
Meeks
Mr.
votes
Crenshaw
no.
recorded?
Mr. Crenshaw is not recorded. Mr. Crenshaw
How was
votes
Mr.
no.
Allen recorded?
Mr. Allen is not recorded. Mr. Allen votes no.
The clerk will report the result.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 22 ayes and 28 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Are there any further amendments? Is there an amendment? Ms. Castor is recognized.
Yes, Castor 13 is at the desk, Mr. Chairman.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 633, offered by Ms. Castor of Florida. Page 1.
Without
insert-
objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. And the gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. For years, this committee has investigated the malign actions of the big tech platforms that have done everything to hook our kids, to steal their attention. And we've done a lot of investigation on what we need to do to counter online predators and pornographers and online bullies. We heard from the Facebook whistleblower, Frances Haugen, who told us that Meta, Facebook, Instagram, they all knew about the harm it was causing our kids, but they just kept on in the face of that understanding of the hit to the well-being of our kids. We even watched as Mark Zuckerberg was forced to apologize to parents here in the Congress for the harms from stealing attention online. And to the credit of this committee, after all of those years, really being informed by our own personal experience as parents and some grandparents, and hearing from parents who suffered tragedies, we finally took action and passed the Kids Online Safety Act last September. You know, I sat with parents in the audience in the United States Senate when COSA passed the Senate almost unanimously, and they had really thought that that was the moment in time, after all the years and all of the hurt, that the Congress was going to stand up to these platforms and to take action to protect kids online. Their hopes were dashed when Republican Speaker Mike Johnson and Majority Leader Steve Scalise killed the bill. I mean, we had passed it here out of this committee in a bipartisan way, and I've said it before, Gus Bilirakis deserves a lot of credit for bringing us together and helping to hammer out a bipartisan COSA that passed out of this committee. I don't think that kids and families can wait any longer. So, Mr. Chairman, my amendment today would add the Kids Online Safety Act to strengthen the Take It Down Act. And after all these years, it is plain as day that the big tech platforms elevate their bottom line over the mental, physical, and social well-being of our kids. In fact, it was 2023 when the United States Surgeon General published an advisory on the impacts of social media. He said, it's an important contributor to our nation's worsening youth mental health emergency. He wrote, adolescents who spend more than 3 hours a day on social media face double the risk of anxiety and depression, and the average daily use in this age group as of the summer of 2023 was 4.8 hours. And he wrote that social media platforms can be sites for predatory behaviors and interactions with malicious actors who target children and adolescents, like adults seeking to sexually exploit children or to financially extort them through the threat of or actual distribution of intimate images. He recommended that Congress take action. Legislation from Congress should shield young people from online harassment, abuse, and exploitation, and from exposure to extreme violence and sexual content that too often appears in algorithm-driven feeds. Parents are desperate for laws and tools to help keep kids safe online. Just look at the fact that Jonathan Haidt's Anxious Generation book has been on the bestseller list for well over a year. And while the Take It Down Act would criminalize posting of non-consensual explicit images of children and adults, we should make it stronger. Dr. Ruiz reminded me, he pointed out that Take It Down, yes, it's important, but it's reactive. It doesn't do anything proactive to prevent the harm in the first place. So what does COSA do? You all know this very well because we've been working on this for years. The amendment would require platforms to take reasonable measures to prevent and mitigate harm online to minors, provides kids, teens, and parents the opportunity to turn off recommended data-driven algorithms. It requires covered platforms to provide parents with tools to help manage a minor's use of a platform, including options to control safety settings, track their time online, limit purchases, and address harmful usage. And it enables these by default. It ensures that covered platforms offer easy-to-use controls, prohibiting the use of dark patterns that mislead or confuse consumers. Similar to Take It Down, COSA implements a dedicated reporting channel to alert platforms of harm to minors. For too long, these big tech companies have operated with few checks, constantly deploying deceptive platform designs. Members of this committee have said time and time again, you're committed to protecting kids online. Now is your chance. I urge you to support my amendment and make the online world safer for our kids. I yield back my time.
The gentlelady from Florida yields. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. Strike the last word. I seek recognition again. I want to oppose the amendment. I want to thank my colleague for her continued support for the Kids Online Safety Act. Ms. Castor, you've been my steadfast partner in protecting children online, and I know for certain that this is one of your priorities, probably your top priority, and of course it's my top priority as well. I want to be clear, I'm committed to moving COSA across the finish line and working with you to do so, and we have had assurances, we have gotten assurances, and we continue to work with the leadership on this particular issue. It's just not the time or place for this particular amendment because I think we're risking the Take It Down Act, and we do not want to do that. I'm disappointed that the previous text is being offered as an amendment to the Take It Down Act, as I said, a bill which is almost surely going to be signed into law after it passes the committee and the full House. I will tell you this, folks, this is good work that we're doing in a bipartisan fashion. We don't need these stalling and delaying tactics. But I agree with everything you said, most everything you said, Ms. Castor, and I appreciate you so very much. However, this is not the time. This will kill the Take It Down Act. I'm not even certain which version of the particular amendment, which version of the bill that was filed last time, whether it's the version that passed the committee, or maybe it was the version that we filed together, or it could be the Senate language. So let's get that straight. We're not ready yet, but again, I commit, this is my top priority. I believe it is yours. We have assurances from the chairman of this committee. I've been working with leadership on this. Let's get this done, but I do not want to jeopardize the Take It Down Act. As a matter of fact, in Pasco County, which is, I think I have a couple more minutes, in Pasco County, which is in my district, the sheriff approached me, Sheriff Narco, and he said a teacher was found to be making AI images, computer-generated images of children performing sexual acts. Very sick, very sick. And because we don't have the Take It Down Act, we can't prosecute this particular teacher that is doing this terrible thing to our children. And obviously, he is being prosecuted with certain other charges, but not with this particular charge. But the Take It Down Act will address this issue. So let's not jeopardize this particular bill. Let's get it to the president's desk as soon as possible. I'd like to ask the gentlelady, my good friend from Florida, from the Tampa Bay area, to withdraw. If not, I'm going to have to recommend that we vote down this amendment. Thank you very much.
Will the gentleman yield for a question?
Yes, please, yes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bilirakis, and I appreciate the questions and comments that you're making, but you just said something. We heard from Mr. James earlier that these amendments are just stalling and delaying tactics, and I understand what you're saying, that you want to see this bill move quickly, but was this not raised in the markup in the subcommittee before it came to the full committee? When did a subcommittee actually look at this bill?
This is a, well, what we did was, this is a Four Corners agreement. And that's why we don't want to stall this any further. You know, most people actually are familiar with this particular bill. Again, the Four Corner agreements will move forward. And
so this is
that's
the-
why, so I mean, I don't know why you would object to getting this bill through, because we have, I mean, more than likely, we're going to have a unanimous vote on this particular bill in committee. And it'll get to the floor of the House as soon as possible. So, I mean, let's do our work. And I think that it is a stalling tactic. And I believe that some of these amendments are just placed there. Frankly, it's frustrating that we're not moving forward on this particular bill that everyone agrees to. And it's vitally necessary to protect our kids.
Thank you for yielding.
Well, the gentleman yelled.
Oh, I guess I'm out of time, so I can't yield,
Okay.
so I guess you'll have to ask for time. Thank you, I yield back.
Someone else seek recognition? The gentlelady from Texas?
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you so much. Look, I hadn't anticipated speaking, but I appreciate your answers to my questions to Mr. Bilirakis. I just, it sounds like this is an issue, this is the first time this committee is considering this bill. It didn't go through regular order. It didn't go through a subcommittee. This is the first time that we are weighing in on this Take It Down Act, and I don't think that sitting here offering amendments, debating the substance of the bill, trying to make it better, trying to address long-term issues about kids' privacy is a waste of time or is a delay tactic. If all we're here to do is take something that the president wants or that Elon Musk wants, we don't need to be here. We're all legislators. Many people in this room have been working for years on this issue, and we are here to do this work. This isn't delaying. There may very well be a unanimous vote at the end of this markup, at the end of discussion, but we're here to discuss it, and we're here to try to make it better if we can, to try to identify problems if we can. That's what a markup is for. This is our job. This is why we're here. And I'm so frustrated. We've heard over and over in this committee about bills that we passed last year that got pulled out of the year-end package because Elon Musk tweeted that he didn't like it. And as our colleague noted in a hearing recently, he said it was too long. He said it was, too many pages without understanding the substance. And a week later, he asked what pharmacy benefit managers were. Why are we substituting his judgment for our judgment? We have been working on these issues for years, and offering amendments in a markup is exactly what we're here to do. So I just think that we should kind of cool the rhetoric about slowing it down. We're considering it in this committee today, but this is our job. This is what we're here to do. And
Will the gentlelady yield?
I will yield for a question, yes, Mr. Bilirakis.
Okay, well, no, I just wanted to make a couple statements and clarify. We did have a subcommittee hearing on this particular bill this year. It passed the Senate unanimously, and you know how difficult that is. Also, we have 100 groups that are supporting this particular bill, and the ranking member, of course, agreed in December to move this bill forward. So, in my opinion, that's enough. If you don't like the bill, or you don't think the bill's good enough, obviously you can vote it down. But I think we should
Thank you. I'll
proceed.
reclaim my time. I'm not saying I dislike the bill, but I am saying I dislike what's happening on this committee, where we want to take legislation prepared by someone else, eliminate input from members on both sides of the aisle, certainly eliminate any Democratic participation or amendments, not debate them. We're here to make good legislation. And when things come to us, you're right, we could just have an up or down vote. If you all vote down this amendment today, if you vote down any of these amendments, you have more votes than we do. So we'll just consider the bill as written. But that does not absolve us of the responsibility of doing our jobs here. And it is very frustrating for many of us to sit over here and see work we've done for years getting destroyed by this administration, to see agencies. We just had a hearing last week on SAMHSA and mental health, or on the FDA. And during the hearing, the former commissioner of the FDA said, the FDA as we know it is gone because they just fired everybody. We were sitting in this room while people were swiping their badges to figure out if they still had a job. We have been working not only on smart legislation, but making sure we have agencies to implement it. It was the same issue with the FTC commissioners in an earlier bill. This administration is firing people and making it impossible to carry out the legislation that we're passing. So that is frustrating. We shouldn't stop doing the work that we're doing here, and the work that we were sent here to do on behalf of the people who sent us here. So with that, I yield back.
The gentlelady from Texas yields. The chair recognizes the chairman of the committee, Mr. Guthrie.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And we sat down and looked, and we respect everybody's work here. And understand that there's opportunities for you to bring amendments and discuss some issues you want to discuss, and that's a fair point. But when we sat down and looked at the end of your package, we want to make sure that both sides of the aisle get bills today. We want to make sure, as I told the ranking member, we went to leadership and said, we don't want to just pass bills out of committee and you only pass Republican bills on the floor. So we had a commitment for them to do that. But I do appreciate that you're bringing amendments so you can discuss some things you want to discuss. And so what we agreed on is bills that pass, not necessarily unanimously across the floor, but essentially out of committee across the floor. The Take It Down Act didn't pass the House last Congress. That's a fair point, but it was in the year package, so negotiated on. That's why we had a subcommittee hearing on it last week to make sure that we have the chance to talk about these. This is a bill that has gone from the Senate to us, so as soon as we pass it, it goes to the president. And that's why we're trying to get it signed into law. As we had in the hearing, I know all of us have these stories. I had a young man, Eli Heacock, who took his life the other day, about 2 or 3 weeks ago, because of what was going on to him online. And so when we say stalling tactic, we're just trying to get this, we want to get this signed into law. I appreciate your points. You make well-made points, but we really tried to construct this markup so that all of us could get the agenda, at least what we had in the commerce title of the end-of-year package, because we're frustrated it didn't get passed. I'm frustrated it didn't get passed. So we're trying to do it, and we're doing it today, at least the commerce titles, but your points are well taken, but I want you to know from our side, we're trying to include everybody in this process too. So I will yield back.
The gentleman yields. If there's no further discussion, the vote occurs on the amendment. Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Washington, Dr. Schreier.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank Representative Castor for introducing this amendment to offer up the stronger version of the Kids Online Safety Act. It's a bill I very enthusiastically support. This bill, frankly, which we all support, didn't make it to the floor last year because Republican leadership blocked it. And that was a dangerous and devastating loss for all of our constituents who have been asking us for protections. Too many children and families have been harmed by the addictive algorithms that social media companies push on our kids. And it is essential to include the duty of care standard in any legislation that aims to hold big tech accountable when their algorithms present dangerous information and content to children. And the Kids Online Safety Act does exactly that, enforcing the duty of care and giving parents the individual right of action would make sure this bill has teeth. So I want to thank Representative Castor again for introducing this amendment, and I encourage all my colleagues to support it. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'd like to thank everyone for the intent of this bill. This is my first time serving on this committee. I understand this bill is deeply bipartisan. In good faith, I want to just raise some questions around First Amendment concerns regarding the bill, particularly through the duty of care provision. I'm very concerned with especially this administration's stance towards the LGBTQ community and the intended blurring of lines between LGBT rights and accusations of things such as quote-unquote grooming and just the existence of trans people as some sort of alleged threat to children. I deeply appreciate that this version that's been presented today has removed the specific mentioning of grooming, but I maintain my concern about using the duty of care as the vehicle for this kind of enforcement, especially because that is historically housed under the FTC, and we have seen a partisan dismissal of the FTC as well. And so I raise this. I understand that this bill, I'm sure, will return here, and I'd like for us to continue this discussion so that we can continue to engage in this effort to protect our kids and children's safety online and privacy. And again, I appreciate the debate and discussion on this, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields. If there is no further discussion, the vote occurs on the amendment. The ranking member has requested a record vote, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Latta. Mr. Latta votes no. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes no. Mr. Bilrakis. Mr. Bilrakis votes no. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Hudson votes no. Mr. Carter of Georgia. Mr. Carter of Georgia votes no. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes no. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Dunn votes no. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Joyce.
No.
Mr. Joyce votes no. Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber votes no. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes no. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes no. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Pfluger. Mr. Pfluger votes no. Mrs. Harshbarger. Mrs. Harshbarger votes no. Mrs. Miller-Meeks. Mrs. Miller-Meeks votes no. Mrs. Kamick. Mrs. Kamick votes no. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. Obernolte votes no. Mr. James. Mr. Bentz. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes no. Mr. Fry. Mr. Fry votes no. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy votes no. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane votes no. Mr. Ruley. Mr. Ruley votes no. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans votes no. Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman votes no. Mrs. Fedorchik. Mrs. Fedorchik votes no. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes aye. Ms. DeGette. Ms. DeGette votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Tonko. Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters. Mrs. Dingell. Mrs. Dingell votes aye. Mr. Vesey. Mr. Vesey votes aye. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Barragan. Ms. Barragan votes aye. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes aye. Ms. Schreier. Ms. Schreier votes aye. Mr. Han. Mr. Han votes aye. Ms. Fletcher. Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes no. Mr. Auchincloss. Mr. Auchincloss votes aye. Mr. Carter of Louisiana. Mr. Carter of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez votes aye. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Landsman. Mr. Landsman votes aye. Ms. McClellan. Ms. McClellan votes aye. Chairman Guthrie. Chairman Guthrie votes no.
How is Mr. James recorded?
Mr. James is not recorded.
How,
Mr. James votes no.
how is Mr. Fulcher recorded?
Mr. Fulcher is not recorded. Mr. Fulcher votes no.
The clerk will report the result. What? How is Mr. Crenshaw recorded?
Mr. Crenshaw is not recorded. Mr. Crenshaw votes no.
We good?
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 20 ayes and 31 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Are there any further amendments? The chair recognizes the ranking member, Mr. Pallone.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment, the desk labeled 63302 XML.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 633, offered by Mr. Pallone. Page 6, line 19, strike depiction of.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Take It Down Act has an admirable goal, which is swift recourse for victims of one of the most harmful trends to proliferate in the social media era, the sharing of graphic, authentic, and deep-fake intimate imagery without the subject's consent. And these violations represent some of the worst of what social media and artificial intelligence have to offer. It's our duty to protect Americans, particularly our children, against such horrible acts. That is why the Take It Down Act was included in the end-of-the-year bipartisan package and would already be law if my Republican colleagues had not bowed to Elon Musk's demands to not move the package. Now, that being said, this bill did not receive careful consideration in our committee last Congress, and it is our obligation in this markup to identify and address loopholes and uncertain language that creates the opportunity for abuse that would tarnish the promise to victims this bill intends to empower. And more than 10 days ago, we reached out to the Republican majority to request a discussion on a number of potential improvements to the bill, many recommended by conscientious stakeholders. Committee Republicans categorically declined to discuss any changes to the bill. I have a couple. My amendment addresses two of these important deficiencies. But, Mr. Chairman, I do want to stress, the thing that really disturbs me here is the fact that we have these reasonable technical amendments that are not being considered or even discussed. And I understand Mr. Guthrie, the Chairman Guthrie, mentioned that, they just want to take up the Senate bill, which is why they don't want to do any changes at all. But, when you have deficiencies and we're trying to correct them, some people may think these things are not important, but I think they are. So let me address what the amendment does. First, it would prevent bad actors from falsely claiming to be authorized to make a takedown request on behalf of someone else. This is a common sense guardrail to protect against weaponization of this bill that take down images that are published with the consent of the subject matter of the images. And second, my amendment would narrow the exemption that prohibits criminal prosecution of a person for possessing or publishing an intimate image of him or herself, so that it applies only where the nude or sexually explicit image is solely of the person in question. Failure to narrow the scope of this exemption could allow, for example, a person to escape criminal liability for distributing real or deepfake intimate images of himself or his ex-girlfriend in order to cause the ex-girlfriend, for example, psychological, financial, and reputational harm. Now, I don't think that's the intent of the drafters or the members of this committee. Again, I understand that you might say, well, what does it matter? But I think it does matter. And so I urge my colleagues to support this amendment and ensure the provisions of this bill do not lead to unintended but easily foreseeable consequences for victims. And with that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Anyone seeking to, gentleman from Florida, for what purpose you seek recognition?
Yeah, strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. Let's not pretend these amendments are thoughtful policy contributions. They're delay tactics, plain and simple. This bill passed the Senate with full, as I said, full bipartisan support, UC, which is practically unheard of with these type of bills. It has broad bipartisan support, as I said, in the House as well, and we have a four corners agreement. We have 100 groups backing this particular bill. We're here to protect children and support survivors. So I object to this particular amendment. I urge my colleagues again to vote no on this particular amendment and vote
Mr.
yes
Chairman,
on the bill as is.
I
I don't want to jeopardize. I don't want to jeopardize this bill by adding something here that I consider a stalling tactic. So yes, of course, I'll yield.
Mr. Bilirakis, Mr. Chairman, look, I think it's unfortunate you see this as a delay tactic. That's not what it is. First of all, Mr. Chairman Guthrie already said that he's going to take up the Senate bill, so that can be done at any time by the leadership. They don't even need to pay any attention to what we do here today, if that's what they want to do. I just want you to understand that when we have some technical amendments that we think are important to the victims, that those should be considered, and they were not today. It's not a delaying tactic. You can take up the Senate bill whenever you want, and according to the chairman of the committee, he's going to do that anyway, so there's no delay here. It's just an effort to point out that there are some problems here that should be addressed, and I'm only asking that they be considered and not be considered a delaying tactic. That's not my intention, but I yield back.
And I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
With respect for my dear friend, I just want to say, you know, delay tactics was when we didn't pass this bill last year. And I'm a strong supporter, as you know, of Take It Down, and I just believe we've got to pass the most strongest bill possible. Ranking Member Spallone amendment makes necessary changes, I believe, to ensure the legitimacy of takedown requests by ensuring that those submitting requests are acting in good faith under penalty of perjury. And I have actually seen where people have tried stalling tactics of not legitimate takedown requests. It would also close a potential loophole that would exempt people who disclose non-consensual intimate images from criminal provisions simply because the image depicts themselves as well as the victims. Common sense improvements like this only serve to further strengthen protections for women and children online, and I thank you for yielding your time.
Will the gentleman yield to me?
Yes, I will.
I know everybody on both sides supports this bill and wants the premise of this bill to be done. My point in saying, I don't think it's tactics that you're doing that intentionally. You guys are doing an nefarious at all. But I do, if we adopt the Senate bill, it does get to the floor early when we get back from Easter and right to the president's desk. So that's, I guess, is what we're trying to say. I will yield back to my friend from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none. There's no further discussion. The vote occurs on the amendment. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Nay. The nays have it and the amendment is not agreed to. Are there any further amendments? Gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Auchincloss, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, 005.
Gentleman's recognized to discuss his amendment.
Thanks,
Clerk will
Mr.
report. I'm sorry. The clerk will report.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 633.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I strongly support the intent of the Take It Down Act. As we all know, there's an epidemic of non-consensual deepfake pornography, primarily targeting women and girls. The vast majority of online deepfake imagery is deepfake pornography, and the vast majority of that targets women. This is also, however, a major problem for young men, not just because young men also can be sexually exploited online, but also because this type of deepfake pornography lies to young men about the nature of sex, and it also impairs their ability to form healthy, intimate relationships on their own. Last Congress, I introduced bipartisan legislation to hold social media companies accountable for the proliferation of deepfake abuse and online harms on their platforms. Section 230's liability shield for online platforms has led to a lack of an incentive for their CEOs and boards of directors to ensure users' safety or address harmful content on their apps. In my bill, the Intimate Privacy Protection Act conditions the applicability of Section 230's liability shield on a platform implementing a duty of care, a set of basic steps that requires companies to be responsive to complaints about cyberstalking, intimate privacy violations, and digital forgeries. So while I fully support the Take It Down Act's inclusion of criminal statutes for publication of non-consensual intimate images, and I do believe that those notice and takedown provisions will go a long way to helping victims of deepfake abuse, I believe that ultimately a stronger bill would condition those requirements on or would condition rather Section 230 on those requirements. If we want social media platforms to be better actors in this space, we need to make them liable for their inaction. And for that reason, this amendment would strike the text of Take It Down and replace it with my Intimate Privacy Protection Act. It's important for Congress to steel itself for the fight ahead to sunset Section 230. And we know how big tech lobbies on this issue. First, big tech will come to Congress and they will claim, well, if you take Section 230 away, you're going to impair freedom of expression. Well, as Ranking Member Pallone and former Chairwoman Kathy McMorris Rogers said in their excellent op-ed in the Wall Street Journal last term, we have the First Amendment for freedom of expression issues. James Madison didn't write Section 230. It was written in the 1990s, and it's a liability shield for big tech platforms. It is not a sacrosanct protection for the First Amendment. The second thing the social media corporations will say about Section 230 is, oh, if you take this away, then we're going to lose on AI to China. And I think that's just nonsensical. I mean, OpenAI just raised a $40 billion round, the most lucrative private round in history of venture capital based entirely on AI. I think there's plenty of money going towards artificial intelligence in our competition with China. And the third thing that big tech companies will do on Section 230 is they won't even show up themselves. They'll fund a bunch of front groups to come lobby on esoteric and distinct issues, but they're suspiciously well-funded, and they're always targeting the protection of Section 230 and the degradation of intellectual property. So we have to steel ourselves for 230 reforms and understand the absolute barrage of corporate lobbying that will come our way. And Chairman Guthrie, I am happy to withdraw this amendment if I could just get a commitment to you that you are willing to work on Section 230 reform with Ranking Member Pallone and ENC Democrats.
I look for the opportunity for us to work forward, and tomorrow will be a good time to ask questions as some people are going to be before our hearing tomorrow. Yeah, on AI and China and regulation. So yeah, I will be willing to work with you.
And you believe that we do need to look at Section 230?
I think we need to look at everything as we look at privacy and see where it needs to go. I'm willing to work with you. I'm not committing to any end result, but we're willing to work together, sure.
Your predecessor took a bold stand on that, and I would encourage you to take a similarly bold stand up against the big tech lobby. I will withdraw the amendment, and I'll yield back my time.
Without objection, the amendment is withdrawn. Is there any further discussion? See? Gentleman from... Well, let's see. If there's no further discussion, the question now occurs on adopting H.R. 633 633. Roll call vote has been requested by Mr. Bilirakis of Florida, so the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Latta?
Aye.
Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Griffith? Aye. Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis? Aye. Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Hudson? Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Carter of Georgia? Aye. Mr. Carter of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Palmer? Mr. Dunn? Mr. Crenshaw? Mr. Dunn votes aye. Mr. Joyce? Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Weber? Mr. Weber votes aye. Mr. Allen? Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Balderson? Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Fulcher? Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Pfluger? Mr. Pfluger votes aye. Mrs. Harshbarger? Mrs. Harshbarger votes aye. Mrs. Miller-Meeks? Mrs. Miller-Meeks votes aye. Mrs. Kamick? Mrs. Kamick votes aye. Mr. Obernolte? Mr. James? Mr. Bentz? Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Fry? Ms. Lee? Ms. Lee votes aye. Mr. Langworthy? Mr. Langworthy votes aye. Mr. Kane? Mr. Kane votes aye. Mr. Ruley? Mr. Ruley votes aye. Mr. Evans? Mr. Evans votes aye. Mr. Goldman? Mr. Goldman votes aye. Mrs. Fedorchak? Mrs. Fedorchak votes aye. Mr. Pallone? Mr. Pallone votes aye. Ms. DeGette? Ms. DeGette votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky? Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Ms. Matsui? Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor? Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Tonko? Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark? Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Ruiz? Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters? Mrs. Dingell? Mrs. Dingell votes aye. Mr. Vesey? Mr. Vesey votes aye. Ms. Kelly? Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Barragan? Mr. Soto? Mr. Soto votes aye. Ms. Schreier? Ms. Schreier votes aye. Mr. Hand. Mr. Hand votes aye. Ms. Fletcher. Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss. Mr. Auchincloss votes aye. Mr. Carter of Louisiana. Mr. Carter of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez votes aye. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Landsman. Mr. Landsman votes aye. Ms. McClellan. Ms. McClellan votes aye. Chairman Guthrie. Chairman Guthrie votes aye. Mr. Palmer is not recorded. Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. James? Mr. James votes aye. Ms. Barragan is not recorded. Ms. Barragan votes aye. Mr. Crenshaw votes aye.
Seeing none, the clerk will report.
Chairman Guthrie, on that vote, there were 49 ayes and 1 no.
The ayes have it, and the bill is agreed to. The chair calls up HR 1664 and asks the clerk to report.
HR 1664, a bill to direct the Secretary of
Without
Commerce.
objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point so ordered. Does anybody seek recognition on the bill? What purpose does the gentlelady from the very happy city of Gainesville, Florida, seek recognition?
The gentlewoman from the Gator Nation, AKA Titletown, whose Gator boys just brought home the natty last night, seeks recognition on the bill.
Will the ungentle lady yield?
Gentlelady is recognized.
Don't ruin the thunder here.
Gentlelady is recognized.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. All right, I would like to encourage my colleagues to support HR 1664, Deploying American Blockchains Act of 2025, a bipartisan effort that I have introduced with my friend, Representative Darren Soto. This bill is about securing America's future in a rapidly evolving digital world. Blockchain technology is transforming industries, strengthening our economy, enhancing national security, and revolutionizing how we manage data. But we're at a crossroads. Nations like China are racing ahead, claiming dominance in this space. We cannot afford to fall behind. This legislation directs the Department of Commerce to lead the charge, advising the president, establishing a blockchain deployment program, and ensuring that the U.S. remains competitive. Blockchain isn't just a buzzword. It is a tool to empower our businesses and safeguard our supply chains. It is the backbone of innovations in supply chain security, digital identity, and smart contracts. It's about fostering innovation, creating jobs, and protecting our national interests. But for too long, innovators in this space have faced uncertainty, inconsistent policies, and the risk of being pushed offshore. This bill takes a strategic and thoughtful approach. It directs the Department of Commerce to support this right here at home, the development of blockchain right here at home, while keeping consumer protection and national security front and center. It ensures that companies can innovate with confidence and that our values, not those of authoritarian regimes, shape the global digital infrastructure of the future. This is about leadership, and this is about economic opportunity, and it is about securing America's role as the world's most innovative, most free, and most forward-thinking economy. I'm so proud to sponsor this legislation, and I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle.
Will the gentlelady yield?
I will yield to my good friend from the Gator Nation as
Thank you.
well.
It's great to be a Florida Gator. I yield back.
Oh, I will say, even the Georgia Bulldogs up here on the dais, Mr. Chairman, were cheering for the Gators, and I know that made them a little uncomfortable, but once again, the SEC is proving why we are the dominant conference. And with that, I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. Is there a gentleman from Florida? You're recognized. You're part of the Gator Nation as well, but you are recognized to speak on the bill.
Thank you, Chairman, and all Floridians were Gators last night, and congratulations to my co-introducer, Kat Kamek, and all our friends at UF for a huge win last night. I'm proud to be able to co-introduce the Deploying American Blockchains Act of 2025. Commerce needs to take a more aggressive role in helping foster both blockchain and distributed ledger technology. To make it simple, blockchain helps keep information fixed and trustworthy so it can't be altered later on. That fidelity, that fixed ledger, makes sure we could have different aspects like cryptocurrency exist, as well as big data to make sure that we could have information on any number of things from public health to disaster relief to resolving other conflicts, gathering that data and then helping with our best scientists and with artificial intelligence to help solve some of the toughest problems that face both the nation and the world. And so we need to get more aggressive about this. We need to make sure America continues to be the leader in blockchain technology. And so I'm proud to co-introduce this bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the question now occurs on adopting H.R. 1664. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is agreed to. The chair calls up H.R. 2444 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 2444.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point. So ordered. Does anybody seek recognition on the bill? Gentlelady from Indiana seeks recognition. You are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
I'm proud to be working alongside my friend, Representative John James, on this important legislation. The United States should never be at the mercy of the CCP or any foreign adversary. Our supply chains must be American-made, driven by American workers. My home state of Indiana is one of the most manufacturing-intensive states in the country, and our supply chains are critical to our manufacturing success. The Promoting Resilient Supply Chains Act is a strong step toward ending our dependence on foreign manufacturing, lowering costs, and protecting our national security. Again, I'm proud to be an original co-sponsor of this bill and look forward to its passage today. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentlelady from Michigan seeks recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to strike the last.
Gentlelady is recognized.
I want to thank my colleagues, Representative James and Kelly, for their leadership in advancing bipartisan supply chain legislation. I'm proud to support the Promoting Resilient Supply Chains Act, which builds on the progress we made last Congress to strengthen American manufacturing and protect our economic and national security. Over the last several years, we've taken meaningful steps to bolster our industrial base, foster innovation, and create jobs. This bipartisan legislation continues that work by giving the federal government the tools it needs to reinforce supply chain resilience and prevent future disruptions. I'm pleased that we are moving it forward in this committee. Last Congress, we worked across the aisle to pass this bill in the House, and I was proud to co-lead several of its key provisions. We even reached a bipartisan, bicameral agreement on a supply chain measure for the year-end funding bill, a deal that should have been a win for American workers and manufacturers. But instead, it was gutted at the last minute because my colleagues caved to Elon Musk's public opposition. And that setback only highlights why we must act now. This legislation includes critical provisions from last Congress's Supply Chains Act, which I co-led, including designating the Assistant Secretary of Commerce to lead a government-wide supply chain resilience effort. It also expands supply chain mapping, monitoring, and coordination with labor to proactively address potential disruptions. A strong national strategy will ensure we are prepared for future challenges rather than reacting to crises. For too long, poorly negotiated trade deals, job outsourcing, and the decline of unionization have hollowed out our industrial base, leaving manufacturers and suppliers vulnerable. We have a responsibility to rebuild American manufacturing and protect workers because doing so is essential to both our economic strength and our national security. This bill is an important step towards preventing debilitating shortages strengthening domestic semiconductor production, and safeguarding our auto industry from threats to innovation and competitiveness. Supply chain resilience is vital to our long-term economic success, and I'm glad to see bipartisan momentum behind this effort. I strongly urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support H.R. 2444 and ensure we get this done. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Michigan seeks recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Recognized for 5 minutes.
I'd like to take the last word.
You're recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the bill.
Yes, sir. No matter how you slice it, and no matter what industry, there's not a single American who isn't impacted by supply chains. Now, after COVID, everybody became a supply chain expert, but I actually have a master's degree in it and ran an automotive logistics company that specializes in supply chains. Michigan's 10th Congressional District and supply chains are equivalent to rocket fuel. It's providing the firepower to the #1 manufacturing district in the entire country, and this is vital not just for Michigan, but also for the nation. Having a strong and reliable supply chain for this nation is essential to ensuring that every American can get food, fuel, household products, and every other consumer product that they need each and every single day. This is why I introduced H.R. 2444, the Promoting Resilient Supply Chains Act of 2025. I want to thank my friend and colleague, Representative Dingell, for her support and her efforts. Rep. Houchin, Rep. Robin Kelly, and Rep. Pat Ryan, who shows that while the West Point class of 1987 is okay, the class of 2004 is the best. I appreciate all their support on this very bipartisan bill. This is important to bring jobs back home, to lower costs for hardworking families, no longer just about economics. Supply chain are vital to American interests and national security. We have to do everything in our power to ensure our nation's supply chains are resilient, shock-resistant, and protected from nefarious foreign adversaries. This includes public enemy #1, the Chinese Communist Party. The threat from China is real, and the time to act was years ago. But the next best time to act is right now. To achieve a strong, resilient supply chain, we must have a coordinated, whole-of-government approach that decreases dependence on our adversaries and leverages American ingenuity and our independence. The Promoting Resilient Supply Chains Act is a step in the right direction. This legislation will create a supply chain resilience program to identify and address gaps in critical industries and emerging technologies, establish an early warning system to predict and prevent supply chain disruption, reduce dependence of adversarial nations on adversarial nations by incentivizing domestic manufacturing, and doing all of this powered by quantum computing and AI to make sure that we continue to stay ahead of our enemies. Resilient global supply chains are the cornerstone of American innovation leadership, and we must take clear and decisive action on this global competition with China. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on H.R. 2444, the Promoting Resilient Supply Chains Act of 2025. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from Illinois is recognized for 5 minutes to discuss the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Supply chain vulnerabilities cannot be addressed if they are not identified. But for far too many suppliers and producers, particularly small and medium manufacturers, the cost and complexity of supply chain mapping and monitoring can be a substantial barrier. We must heed the lessons learned from the COVID-19 supply chain crisis and do our best to ensure this is not another supply chain shock. There is not another supply chain shock. Our nation's manufacturing base and supply chains are critical for supporting our capacity to develop and produce high-tech revolutions essential for prosperity in the 21st century. That is why last Congress I was proud to co-lead the Democratic-led Supply Chains Act with now Senator Blunt Rochester, Rep. Debbie Dingell, and former Rep. Wild. I am very pleased that this version of the Promoting Resilient Supply Chains Act that is under consideration today includes vital provisions from the Supply Chain Act, which garnered the support of over 160 stakeholders. The bill, among other things, establishes a robust program that includes an expanded mapping and monitoring initiative to address supply chain shocks before they occur, a national strategy that elevates the importance of the issue and provides for a plan of action to address supply chain resiliency, My hope is that my colleagues, particularly those in the majority who control the House floor, remain committed to addressing supply chain resiliency to ensure America remains competitive and not overly reliant on foreign adversaries. I would be very disappointed if unelected individuals who have an outside influence in the current Trump administration and Republican Party are able to, again, meddle in this committee's affairs by obstructing critical bipartisan bills like this Promoting Resilient Supply Chain Act from receiving consideration on the House floor as a standalone bill or as part of a larger package. So while I will support this bill and others in committee, I want to stress that voting on individual parts of this bipartisan package will not result in them becoming law. We should pass the bipartisan agreement as a package, just as it was intended at the end of last year. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the question now occurs on adopting H.R. 2444. A roll call has been requested. The gentleman from Ohio requested a roll call vote. Roll call has been requested. The clerk will call the roll. Okay, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Latta. Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Hudson.
Yeah.
Mr. Carter of Georgia. Mr. Carter of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber votes aye. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Pfluger. Mr. Pfluger votes aye. Mrs. Harshbarger. Mrs. Harshbarger votes aye. Mrs. Miller-Meeks. Mrs. Kamick. Mrs. Kamick votes aye. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Mr. James. Mr. Benz. Mr. Benz votes aye. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Fry. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee votes aye. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy votes aye. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane votes aye. Mr. Ruley. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans votes aye. Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman votes aye. Ms. Fedorchak. Ms. Fedorchak votes aye. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes aye. Ms. DeGette. Ms. DeGette votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Tonko. Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters. Mrs. Dingell. Mrs. Dingell votes aye. Mr. Vesey. Mr. Vesey votes aye. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Bargon. Ms. Bargon votes aye. Mr. Soto. Ms. Schreier. Ms. Schreier votes aye. Mr. Han. Mr. Han votes aye. Ms. Fletcher. Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss. Mr. Carter, Louisiana. Mr. Carter of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Landsman. Mr. Landsman votes aye. Ms. McClellan. Ms. McClellan votes aye. Chairman Guthrie. Chairman Guthrie votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss votes aye. Ms. Miller-Meeks is not recorded. Ms. Miller-Meeks votes aye. Mr. Hudson is not recorded. Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis is not recorded. Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Dunn votes aye. Mr. Crenshaw votes aye. Mr. James votes aye. Mr. Menendez is not recorded. Mr. Menendez votes aye. Mr. Ruley is not recorded. Mr. Ruley votes aye.
Clerk will report.
Chairman Guthrie, on that vote, there were 51 ayes and 1 no.
The ayes have it, and the amendment, the ayes have it, and the bill is agreed to, is adopted. I'm sorry, bill is adopted. The chair will call out HR 2480 and ask the clerk to report.
HR 2480.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point so ordered. Does anyone seek recognition? Mr. Lanson? What
Yes.
purpose do you seek recognition?
To speak on behalf of the bill.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Securing Semiconductor Supply Chains Act is a straightforward, common-sense bill designed to bolster U.S. manufacturing and the domestic production of semiconductors. As you all know, semiconductors are foundational to all of the technology that we use. They are the building blocks that power everything from smartphones and laptops to cars, medical devices, critical infrastructures, even some of our appliances. And they are essential for our national security, economic growth, and continued innovation. This bill is very simple. It requires that Select USA, a division within the Department of Commerce, work with state economic development agencies, all of us have these in our states, to determine how to better attract foreign investments in America's semiconductor industry. With this information, Select USA will then inform us on ways to bolster investment in U.S. allies and partners so that we are bringing more and more dollars to American semiconductor industries and businesses. Everything that we do right now should involve, as it relates to trade, investments in American manufacturing and American workers. We desperately need those investments. Our businesses do, our workers do, so I urge my colleagues to support this bill. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back. The chair, is there further discussion?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes. Is there no further discussion on the Republican side? The gentlelady from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Both of you forgot. I'm sorry. I was going with Ms. Bardagon, but Ms. Matsui, you're recognized, both from California. Go ahead.
Am I first?
I didn't
Okay.
see you. That's why. You're first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. I support Congressman Landsman's bill to secure the semiconductor supply chain. It's an economic and national security imperative to bring advanced semiconductor manufacturing back to the United States and secure a resilient, diversified supply chain. This bill is a common-sense way of increasing collaboration between states and federal agencies to attract investment in the United States. As co-author of the original CHIPS Act, I'm proud of our bipartisan work to invest in a once-in-a-generation program for our long-term economic growth. The CHIPS and Science Act is working as intended, leveraging $50 billion of government funding to spur a nine-fold investment of $450 billion from the semiconductor industry in the United States. Yet, President Trump has called for abandoning this historic effort to reignite domestic manufacturing, and he has slashed our nation's ability to conduct cutting-edge research. To make things worse, last week, President Trump unleashed the largest tax hike since 1968 through his disastrous tariffs, which will raise prices for American families. Because of tariffs, the price of almost every electronic good is going to go up. The price of the component parts and raw materials to make them is going to go up. Make no mistake, these tariffs will come out of the pockets of U.S. consumers, and they will hurt our ability to compete worldwide. And he's not done. The president is threatening future tariffs on our semiconductor industry and other goods. This is a critical industry. We spent years working together in this room to increase the domestic manufacturing of semiconductors and build international cooperation. We need to be the best in the world. I urge my colleagues to remember why bills like this are important and not let Donald Trump force us to fail. It's critical that we continue supporting the development of our world-class semiconductor industry. Congressman Landsman's bill ensures we have a secure and stable supply chain. With that, I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the bill, and I yield back my time.
The gentlelady yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Oregon.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting H.R. 2480, the Securing Semiconductor Supply Chains Act, which I co-lead with Congressman Landsman. This bipartisan bill seeks to unlock barriers to expand foreign direct investment into our domestic manufacturing semiconductor area. Last year, Intel has sought to invest some $36 billion to create a research and development facility or add to their facilities in Oregon, my state. The economy, workforce, and people of Oregon are feeling the benefit of this proposed investment. In the last few months, President Trump brought Apple, NVIDIA, and Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company to invest hundreds upon hundreds of billions of dollars here in the United States. We have discovered the risks of depending upon rival nations to ensure the availability of semiconductor chips for our economic stability. This bill directs the Select USA program to engage with state-level economic development organizations about how they are attracting foreign direct investment to onshore activities related to semiconductor manufacturing. It's a priority of this Congress to fight for policies that have the opportunity to create good paying jobs for all Americans. I urge support for this bill. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
So recognized.
I support this bill and any effort to strengthen American semiconductor manufacturing and supply chains. That's exactly why Democrats voted to pass the CHIPS and Science Act. It has already created over 115,000 manufacturing and construction jobs and generated nearly $450 billion in private investment across 28 states. But here's the hypocrisy that's hard to ignore. My Republican colleagues are advocating for semiconductor manufacturing today, but they stayed silent as Donald Trump stood before Congress during his joint address and called for the repeal of what he calls this, quote, horrible, unquote, CHIPS Act, the very law that made these investments possible. House Republicans can't have it both ways. If they truly support American semiconductor manufacturing, they should defend the progress we've made. Just look at where CHIPS Act funding is going. Texas, Arizona, and Ohio have been awarded billions in CHIPS funding. Intel's expansion in Ohio, Samsung's facility in Texas, TSMC's massive investment in Arizona, all made possible by the CHIPS Act. In fact, most major CHIPS-funded projects are in red states. These investments for communities are not just numbers on a spreadsheet. They're about good paychecks and health care for working families. And yet Republicans from these states, Republicans on this very committee, stay silent while Trump continues his crusade to gut the very law that made these investments possible. Let's be clear about the contrast here. Democrats are actually bringing jobs home with real legislation, real investment, and real results. The CHIPS Act is delivering for working Americans. Meanwhile, Donald Trump's tariffs have tanked the economy, raised prices for families, and triggered job losses in industries that rely on global supply chains. His approach isn't bringing back jobs, it's driving economic instability. This isn't just political hypocrisy. It's a direct threat to the American worker and businesses. If Republicans truly care about strengthening U.S. semiconductor manufacturing, they should stand up to Trump and protect the CHIPS Act. Otherwise, they're just playing politics with our economy and our future. I urge my colleagues to stop the games, put our country first, and defend the progress that we've made. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields. Is there any further discussion on the bill? Seeing none, the question now occurs on adopting H.R. 2480. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is agreed to. The chair calls up H.R. 1402 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 1402, A bill to require sellers of event tickets to disclose comprehensive
Without
information.
objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point. Does anyone wish to be recognized on the bill? The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
So recognized.
I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 1402, the Ticket Act, a bipartisan bill that I'm proud to lead alongside Ranking Member Schakowsky. This legislation is about protecting consumers and ensuring fans can enjoy live events by improving ticket price transparency. H.R. 1402 requires all event ticket sellers to display the total ticket price, including all required fees upfront, provide refunds for canceled or postponed events, and protect consumers from deceptive ticketing websites. This bill also prohibits speculative ticket sales, which is the practice of selling tickets that one does not actually possess. By eliminating this loophole, we are ensuring fair access to tickets for all fans. I applaud the President for his work to reinforce the Boats Act and combat malicious practices that prevent America's fans from enjoying their live event experiences. I look forward to working with the administration on these efforts, which are complementary to the Ticket Act. I appreciate the leadership of the chair and the ranking member of the full committee in working with us on this particular bill, a very important bill, and I look forward to seeing it signed into law. So if I'll yield back unless somebody
gentleman
wants
yields.
my time. Appreciate it.
The chair recognizes the gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Schakowsky.
Well, thank you so much. I am so proud to work with you on this, on Gus. We have worked a long time on this legislation. It's been a couple of years, and we should not have any problems with this right now because we know that this legislation has passed the House of Representatives pretty much unanimously, and we have had sponsors across the aisle at all times. So this should be pretty easy right now for us today. You know, we know that there were scammers who would be available and people who you thought you were getting your ticket for a particular price, and then by the end of the discussion, as you're making your ticket, to buy your ticket, that those prices suddenly went up, maybe 20, 30, 40%, and that was your choice. The initial cost that you thought you were going to get, and then the big cost that you were going to get. So, you know, Gus and I have worked hard on this legislation, and the reason it's important to families is because these events are so important. You know, may not be the most dramatic thing that we're discussing today, but people are making a decision to take a weekend off to go to a wonderful event that you've been dreaming for, the one that your kids have been begging you to take. And then at the end of the conversation, you find out that, one, that the price is just zoomed up, and two, that it was a scam in the first place. So for us to make families be able to enjoy and be able to have the amount of money that they are promised, we need to get this legislation passed. As I said, we have passed it unanimously in the House of Representatives. In the Congress itself, we had it almost unanimously. People are looking forward to be able to, in good faith, without having to have extraneous prices on them or scams, to get their wonderful, important work and the family to be able to enjoy the best. So I'm just really happy and that Gus and I have been able to work together on a very popular bill, and I look forward to hopefully a unanimous passage today. And with that, I yield back.
The gentlelady yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Carter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
So recognized.
Americans often face excessive price gouging for tickets from online bots and resellers, who often buy up large quantities of tickets and resell them at unreasonable amounts. This behavior hurts the hardworking people across the spectrum of the concert and events industry, from our musicians and our operators of establishments. The Ticket Act is a major step in the right direction in cracking down on this behavior. I am proud to support this bill. I'm committed to ensuring Americans can enjoy live entertainment without the fear of being scammed. I want to thank Ranking Member Skowski for sharing these concerns and working with me to address these predatory behaviors. A key issue we face with online scammers today is inadequate enforcement of the Better Online Ticket Sales Act of 2016, or the BOTS Act, which was intended to stop ticket scalpers from using software to acquire large quantities of tickets. Unfortunately, this legislation hasn't produced the intended outcomes that Congress had intended. In fact, the FTC had only used its BOTS authority once, when they fined 3 New York-based brokers in 2021. That's why this week I've introduced the Main Event Act, with Representative Harshbarger, This bipartisan bill strengthens the protections for consumers by providing reporting requirements for bot attacks, creating a complaint database for customers so customers can share their experiences, which will in turn be shared with law enforcement. Third, and enacting data security requirements for online ticket sellers. Music and culture are heart of why millions of people visit my hometown of New Orleans and other areas of Louisiana. I will continue to fight to ensure that online scammers do not steal our opportunity to share our history and our culture to the world and rob our artists from the incredible work they contribute to our overall economy and cultural well-being. Mr. Chairman, I yield.
The gentleman yields. The chair recognizes the ranking member from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, for his 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm glad to be here today advancing legislation like the Ticket Act that will lower costs for American families and protect consumers from predatory practices. But I'm still disappointed that House Republicans allowed Elon Musk to derail a bipartisan and bicameral agreement we reached at the end of last year to move the Ticket Act and many of the bills that are on today's agenda, as well as other good bills that my Republican colleagues refused to include in today's markup. Now, my late friend, Congressman Bill Pascrell, I have to mention Bill, he and I worked for many years to combat price gouging and any anti-consumer tactics in the event ticketing industry, and I appreciate all the work that Ranking Member Schakowsky and Congressman Pascrell did to get us to this consensus legislation. But again, it's not acceptable that is not yet law because the Republicans allowed the whims of a billionaire to stand in the way. So I hope this time that Republicans will stand with consumers, and I encourage all my colleagues to support the bill. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman yields. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none. If there's no further discussion, the vote will occur on adopting H.R. 1402. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is agreed to. The chair calls up H.R. 1479 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 1479, a bill to prohibit
Without
unfair-
objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point. So ordered. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the bill?
Mr. Chairman?
The chair recognizes Ms. Castor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to strike the last word.
So ordered.
Well, I want to thank Representative Kim and my new partners, Reps Mullen and Fry, as we reintroduce the bipartisan legislation that that ensures that costs are transparent for stays in short-term lodging, hotels and motels. You know, most people who go online to research a vacation, a trip at a hotel or some short-term accommodation, people really value their hard-earned dollars, and the worst thing in the world is you do all of that research and you go and make that hotel reservation, and then by the time you get to checkout, they've added all of these fees that were not disclosed up front. So the Hotel Fees Transparency Act would prohibit unfair or misleading price advertising for places of short-term lodging and would require accurate price listings that include all mandatory and resort fees. Because we know that visitors are often lured into hotels or motels that don't disclose all of the fees online. It's a real trap for consumers as they plan their vacation budget. And families really shouldn't have to play a guessing game when planning a trip and when they're trying to determine where to stay, especially at a time where the high cost of living is squeezing families. American families and consumers need all the help they can get to save their hard-earned money. So this cost-saving legislation will really help. I regret that it was killed by Elon Musk at the end of the last Congress. We don't really know why Speaker Johnson caved to Elon Musk, but we're not going to give up. So I hope you all will join me in support of this bipartisan bill. And Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask unanimous consent to submit a couple of letters for the record. One is from the American Hotel and Lodging Association that supports consistent and broadly applicable mandatory fee disclosure and display requirements across the entire lodging, booking, and advertising ecosystem. One from Booking Holdings, which includes Booking.com, Priceline, Kayak, and others. They say that this legislation will empower consumers to make informed decisions by requiring total price display up front for all covered platforms and properties. And the letter from Travel Tech that says the legislation ensures consumers will see accurate total service pricing no matter where they live or shop for lodging. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Without objection, the lady yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Fry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
So ordered.
Mr. Chairman, the tourism industry is the backbone of South Carolina's economy, particularly in my district along the Grand Strand. Each year, millions of visitors travel to our coastline, and they expect a fair, straightforward experience. Unfortunately, as Ms. Castro talked about, too often they are met with unexpected fees that undermine their trust and add undue stress to their vacations. The Hotel Fees Transparency Act is a common-sense, bipartisan measure aimed at restoring transparency and fairness to the hospitality industry. This legislation ensures that consumers are provided with clear, upfront pricing for their lodging, free from the hidden fees that have become all too prevalent in this industry. By requiring hotels to disclose all mandatory fees as part of the advertised room rate, we are empowering consumers to make informed decisions and fostering a marketplace built on trust and integrity. This is a win for visitors and for the local businesses who serve them, ensuring our coastline and many others remain a top-tier, family-friendly destination. I'm proud to co-lead this bipartisan effort, and I urge my colleagues to support this bill so that we can continue protecting hardworking Americans from misleading pricing tactics and strengthening the foundation of our tourism economies. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Mullen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank my colleagues, Representative Kim from my home state of California, and Ranking Member Castor and Representative Fry for leading this bill. I also want to thank our Senate partners, Senators Klobuchar and Moran. I am proud to co-lead it and look forward to getting it back on the floor as quickly as possible. I know you have all been here working on this much longer than when I joined the committee recently, but I want to acknowledge the hard work that you and the committee staff have put into this bill. I am proud that my home state of California already leads the way on fee transparency, and I believe setting a complementary national standard is long overdue. No one should be duped into booking hotel stays thinking it costs one thing and then finding out about hidden fees or charges later on in the process. I'm glad there's bipartisan support for basic consumer protections like this, and I look forward to more collaboration in the future. I do want to note that this bill relies on enforcement by the Federal Trade Commission. We're all aware of the attempted firings at the FTC, which raises concern about the implementation and enforcement. Let's all be mindful of that, and with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The question now is on adopting H.R. 1479. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is agreed to. The chair calls up H.R. 859 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 859, a bill to require the disclosure of a camera recording capability.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point so ordered. Does anyone seek recognition on the bill?
Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman from Idaho, Mr. Fulcher, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a bill at the desk.
The bill has been read. You are recognized for 5 minutes to speak.
My bill, the Informing Consumers About Smart Devices Act, would require makers of internet-connected smart appliances to disclose to consumers when their product is equipped with a camera or a microphone. And just to summarize, Mr. Chairman, we've seen this before. This is a bipartisan bill. It's a good bill. We've passed through here before, but we're concerned about being unknowingly recorded and having conversations or pictures taken unknowingly by an appliance. And by doing so, you can risk having privacy violations or even information that could lead to scams or other harms to people. This is about disclosure up front when you're purchasing an appliance you typically would not assume would have a camera or a microphone. Refrigerators, dryers, washers, toasting machines, or toasters, those types of things. But that's what this is all about. It's about simply disclosure and having that upfront before the purchase. And I want to thank my colleagues, Seth Moulton from Massachusetts for his leadership on this, as well as the Senators Cruz, Cantwell, and Curtis. And that's a brief summary, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question now occurs on adopting H.R. 859. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is agreed to. The chair calls up H.R. 2481 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 2481, a bill to require online
Without
gating.
objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point. Does anyone seek to be recognized for the bill? Seeing none.
No, he's just saying he's voting. Just there's no
The question now occurs on adopting H.R. 2481. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is agreed to. The chair calls up H.R. 617 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 617, a bill to amend the Visit America Act.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Tennessee, Ms. Harshberger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I rise today in support of my bill, the American Music Tourism Act. This legislation's Senate companion has been led by Senator Marsha Black from Tennessee and has since advanced favorably out of the Senate Committee on Commerce, Science, and Transportation. This legislation would direct the National Travel and Tourism Office within the Department of Commerce to promote tourism for music-related attractions and locations at no additional cost to the taxpayer. Currently, American music tourism is valued at $5.5 billion and projected to grow more than double in the next 5 years. I'd like to make sure we see this industry reach its goal. And from my own corner of the country, which is East Tennessee, we are distinguished by legendary country music stars like Dolly Parton and Morgan Wallen. And across our 50 states, we've had so many remarkable landmarks of music history and significance that could benefit from this legislation. My bill will help boost tourism and economic development across our nation, especially for local museums and small venues, all of whom bring people together to enjoy and appreciate good American music. I thank my colleague, Representative Barragan, for co-leading this legislation, and I would ask all my colleagues to support the bill. With that, Mr. Chairman, I
Will the
yield.
gentlelady yield?
Yeah. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I would ask the gentlelady if she's not talking about, in some cases, like the birthplace of country music, which would be
Totally.
Bristol, Virginia, Tennessee. And,
Yeah.
and for those who don't know, the musicians came together for the first time on the Tennessee side of State Street. But to get there, they had to come through the train station on the Virginia side of State Street.
Isn't that
So we
funny?
share that distinction of representing those two areas and have great stars like Johnny Cash. And of course, the Carter family was at those original recordings. And you can stop by and see the birthplace of country music museum anytime you want to, and eat in
Morgan.
either one of our districts.
I'm so happy. You can put 1 foot in Tennessee and 1 foot in Virginia when you step under the Bristol sign. And it's awesome. And you're right, it is the birthplace of country music. And I love my bluegrass too, though, Morgan.
I do love the bluegrass as well, and we have a lot of that in both of our districts as well. With that, I yield back.
Absolutely. Sorry, I forgot to mention that. Now, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. The gentlewoman from California, Ms. Barragan, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
So recognized.
I want to rise today to also support the American Music Tourism Act because music is more than entertainment. It's an economic driver. It's a cultural force and a unifying thread in our national identity. This bill is important for communities across the country, some of which were just spoken about, but also out in California. We definitely have music venues there and festivals and concerts that are so important. By directing the Department of Commerce to develop a strategy to boost and attract visitors to America's iconic music venues, we are investing in the heart of our creative economy. There's no better example of this than in my home city of Los Angeles, one of the world's greatest music capitals. From legendary venues like the Hollywood Bowl and the Greek Theater to the studios that have shaped the global music landscape, LA is a magnet for music lovers and an economic powerhouse because of it. Greater investment in music tourism means more jobs, more growth, and a stronger creative economy. I want to thank my colleague for working with me on this in a bipartisan manner and supporting the arts. And with that, I yield back.
Is there any further discussion on the bill? Seeing none, the question now occurs on adopting H.R. 617. A roll call vote has been requested, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Latta. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilrakis. Mr. Bilrakis votes aye. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Carter of Georgia. Mr. Carter of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Dunn votes aye. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Joyce.
Aye.
Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber votes aye. Mr. Allen. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Pfluger. Mrs. Harshbarger. Ms. Harshbarger votes aye. Mrs. Miller-Meeks. Mrs. Miller-Meeks votes aye. Mrs. Kamick. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Mr. James. Mr. Bentz. Mr. Bentz votes aye. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Fry. Mr. Fry votes aye. Ms. Lee. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy votes aye. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane votes aye. Mr. Ruley. Mr. Ruley votes aye. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans votes aye. Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman votes aye. Ms. Fedorchak. Mr. Fedorchak votes aye. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes aye. Ms. DeGette. Ms. DeGette votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Tonko. Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes aye. Mrs. Dingell. Mrs. Dingell votes aye. Mr. Vesey. Mr. Vesey votes aye. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Bargon. Ms. Bargon votes aye. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes aye. Ms. Schreier. Ms. Schreier votes aye. Mr. Han. Mr. Han votes aye. Ms. Fletcher. Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss. Mr. Auchincloss votes aye. Mr. Carter of Louisiana. Mr. Carter of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez votes aye. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Landsman. Mr. Landsman votes aye. Ms. McClellan. Ms. McClellan votes aye. Chairman Guthrie. Mr. Chairman Guthrie votes aye. Mr. Ladd is not recorded. Mr. Ladd votes aye. Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Allen votes aye. Ms. Lee votes aye. Mr. Pfluger votes aye. Mr. James votes aye.
Seeing no other, the clerk will report.
51 to 1. 51 to 1. Chairman Guthrie, on that vote, there were 51 ayes.
Oh, it's just, Mr. Crenshaw has it recorded.
Mr. Crenshaw votes aye.
Has it report?
Chairman Guthrie, on that vote, there were 52 ayes and 1 no.
The ayes have it, and the bill is agreed to. The chair calls up H.R. 2269, asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 2269.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point so ordered. Does anyone speak to be recognized on the bill? Mr. Mullen, what purpose is the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for including the Wipes Act.
Gentleman is recognized.
I want to thank my colleague, Representative McLean, for co-leading this bill, as well as our Senate partners, Merkley and Collins. This common sense legislation addresses an issue that impacts every wastewater treatment plant across the country. Operators in my district say one of the biggest threats to their infrastructure is the improper disposal of wet wipes. When people flush them instead of throwing them away, as is often the case, these wipes damage sewers and treatment plants. These issues can cost hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars a year to fix. This bill would address the issue at its source, requiring a simple packaging label to remind consumers that wipes should not be flushed. This will reduce costs and help the environment. That is why I support this bill. I urge my colleagues to do the same, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Anybody seeking further discussion? Seeing none, the question now occurs on adopting H.R. 2269. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is agreed to. The chair calls up H.R. 906 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 906, a bill to direct.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point so ordered.
Mr. Chairman.
Does anyone seek to be recognized on the bill? The gentle lady from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentle lady is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, the Bipartisan Select Committee on the Competition between the United States and Chinese Communist Party continues its important work this Congress, including this bill that would require the FCC to make a public record of businesses that hold authorizations from the FCC and have any ownership by foreign adversarial governments such as China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea. It would require this to be public. Last Congress, I partnered with my colleagues, including Mr. Dunn of this committee, on the committee to release a bipartisan report on the actions to safeguard and boost the American economy. The report found that the widespread adoption of certain PRC-developed technologies in the U.S. poses a significant risk to national security and data protection concerns and threatens long-term U.S. technological competitiveness. The report recommends enacting the FACT Act to shine light on companies connected to foreign adversarial governments like the CCP, and to ensure greater accountability and transparency in our critical communications networks. Once again, this is another bill that passed unanimously through the subcommittee and the full committee last year before passing the House as on a voice vote. It was included in the year-end package and should have already become law, but for Speaker Johnson's capitulation to Elon Musk. As our adversaries target our communication systems, it's as critical as ever for the U.S. to continue to take steps to protect America's telecommunications infrastructure and strengthen our national security. So I urge a yes vote on the bill, and thank you, and yield back.
Thank you. The gentlelady yields back. Is there a discussion? The gentleman from New Jersey, for what purpose is he recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am pleased to co-lead this important legislation, the Foreign Adversary Communications Transparency Act, with my colleagues, Mr. Whitman, Ms. Castor, and Mr. Khanna. No matter the sector, industry, or technology, we know malign actors like the Chinese Communist Party and other foreign adversaries seek to infiltrate our communications infrastructure and disrupt our national security. America's tech and telecommunications sectors are key to our national security, and we must institute whatever safeguards we can to understand which adversaries are present in our networks so that we can know how to react. This bipartisan legislation will take common sense steps to protect our nation's telecommunications infrastructure, requiring the Federal Communications Commission to publish a list of entities tied to our adversaries that hold access to these critical communications systems. Through common sense, transparent measures like this legislation, we can maintain important safeguards to keep our critical wireless communications infrastructure secure. I thank my colleagues for their partnership, and I urge the committee to support this important legislation. Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the question now occurs on adopting H.R. 906. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is agreed to. The chair calls up H.R. 2449 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 2449.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point. So ordered. Does anyone seek recognition on the bill? Gentlelady from California, what purpose seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, 6G is going to be a global evolution in the way we communicate. If America leads a race for next-generation wireless, this global technology will be based on our values, democracy, open markets, and transparency. But if we fall behind, our foreign adversaries will have a new way to expand their reach. That's why I'm so glad to see this bipartisan bill moving forward today. The Future Networks Act ensures our brightest minds in industry, government, and academia are collaborating on the strategically vital development of 6G. I appreciate this bill being included in today's markup and look forward to it receiving a vote on the floor soon. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there any further discussion? Gentlelady from Michigan, what purpose do you seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
As co-chair of the Congressional 5G and Beyond Caucus, it's crucial for us to take decisive action leading the establishment of wireless standards and advancing the adoption of next-generation wireless technologies. Rep. Matsui's Future Networks Act will create a task force dedicated to 6G, a critical step that needs to be done now to compete against our adversaries, secure our supply chains, and accelerate the deployment of next-generation wireless services. This legislation is vital to ensuring Americans' leadership is in advanced wireless technologies, recognizing the central role of connectivity in economic growth, national security, and technological innovation. As China continues to vie for dominance in the telecommunications sector, we've got to remain forward-thinking to maintain America's leadership. I'm hopeful this 6G task force will explore all aspects of deploying this technology while prioritizing security, domestic manufacturing, and global competitiveness, laying the foundation to better protect American interests in an increasingly interconnected world. We are a global leader in advanced wireless technologies, and we must continue to take proactive steps to maintain our competitive edge. Investing in 6G will help us stay ahead in innovation and security, and I urge all my colleagues to support this legislation. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the question now occurs on adopting H.R. 2449. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it, and the bill is agreed to. The chair calls up H.R. 2458 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 2458.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point. So ordered. Does anybody seek to be recognized on the bill? For what purpose is gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition? Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you,
On the bill.
Mr. Chairman. I'm glad to have reintroduced H.R. 2458, the Secure Space Act, with Chair Guthrie last month. This legislation is an important step forward in protecting our satellite networks and their relevant supply chains from security threats by non-trusted actors. And we can't allow our satellite networks to face the same security challenges as other communication networks here and globally. Specifically, this bill would extend Secure and Trusted Communications Network Act framework to the satellite marketplace by ensuring that satellite systems that want to serve the United States market are not owned or operated by entities or their affiliates that have been identified as national security risks. This bill is beneficial not only for our country, but also will help further the U.S.'s ability to protect our allies as they too rely on these global satellite networks for broadband and emergency services. And I want to thank Chair Guthrie for working with me on it. For all these reasons, this is a worthwhile bill, and I urge my colleagues to support it. And I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the question occurs on adopting H.R. 2458, and a roll call vote has been requested, so the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Latta. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilrakis. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Carter of Georgia. Mr. Carter of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Dunn votes aye. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber votes aye. Mr. Allen. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Pfluger. Mr. Pfluger votes aye. Ms. Harshbarger. Ms. Harshbarger votes aye. Mrs. Miller-Meeks. Mrs. Miller-Meeks votes aye. Mrs. Kamick. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Mr. James. Mr. James votes aye. Mr. Bentz. Mr. Bentz votes aye. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Fry. Mr. Fry votes aye. Ms. Lee. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy votes aye. Mr. Kane. Mr. Keene votes aye. Mr. Ruley. Mr. Ruley votes aye. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans votes aye. Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman votes aye. Ms. Fedorchik. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes aye. Ms. DeGette. Ms. DeGette votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Tonko. Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes aye. Mrs. Dingell. Mrs. Dingell votes aye. Mr. Vesey. Mr. Vesey votes aye. Mrs. Kelly. Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Bargon. Ms. Bargon votes aye. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes aye. Ms. Schreier. Ms. Schreier votes aye. Mr. Han. Mr. Han votes aye. Ms. Fletcher. Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss. Mr. Auchincloss votes aye. Mr. Carter of Louisiana. Mr. Carter of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez votes aye. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Landsman. Mr. Landsman votes aye. Ms. McClellan. Ms. McClellan votes aye. Chairman Guthrie. Chairman Guthrie votes aye. Mr. Latta is not recorded. Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Bilrakis votes aye. Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Allen votes aye. Ms. Fedorchik votes aye. Mr. Crenshaw votes aye.
Seeing none, the clerk will report. Does that have Ms. Kamick recorded?
Ms. Kamick's not recorded.
Yep.
Ms. Kamick votes aye.
Report.
Chairman Guthrie, on that vote, there were 52 ayes and 1 no.
The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. The chair calls up H.R. 866 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 866, a bill to direct...
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point. So ordered. Does anyone seek recognition on the bill? Gentlelady from Illinois? Oh, he has some, is there any amendments to the bill? Gentlelady from Illinois, you're recognized on your amendment. Will the clerk report?
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 866, offered by Ms. Kelly. Strike all after the enactment
Without
clause.
objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk titled H866_Ains_01. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Building out and securing our broadband infrastructure has been a priority of mine since joining this committee. While closing the digital divide is something that I remain deeply committed to, we must protect the privacy and security of those millions of Americans who rely on the internet to accomplish critical everyday tasks like online banking, educational purposes, remote sensing and monitoring, and more leisure activities like shopping and streaming. The Removing Our Unsecured Technologies to Ensure Reliability and Security, or Routers Act, will require the Assistant Secretary for Communications and Information at the Department of Commerce to conduct a study of the national security risks posed by routers, modems, or devices that combine both, that are designed, developed, or manufactured or supplied by our foreign adversaries. My amendment seeks to ensure that the Secretary studies cybersecurity vulnerabilities as part of the Department's study on the national security risk of consumer routers, modems, and other devices that are associated with our foreign adversaries. This amendment is not only good government, given the recent cyber attacks we have seen on our communications networks and personal devices, but it also corresponds with an amendment Senator Lujan offered that was added to the Senate version of this bill last month. My amendment will make a technical clarification to ensure that the Secretary relies on the entire expertise of the Department when conducting the study required by this bill. For these reasons, I urge all my colleagues to support the amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, if there's no further discussion, the vote occurs on the amendment. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Are there any further amendments? The question now occurs on adopting H.R. 866 as amended. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is agreed to. The chair calls up H.R. 2482 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 2482, a bill to reauthorize the
Without
national...
objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point so ordered. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the bill? The gentlelady from California seeks recognition.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
The pace of innovation has increased dramatically over the last few years, but with ever-advancing technologies come ever more complicated questions. We need strong leadership and expertise to help us meet this moment. From closing the digital divide to advising on the rapid deployment of AI and bolstering our cybersecurity infrastructure, the National Telecommunications Information Administration, NTIA, plays a vital role. Yet Congress has not reauthorized NTIA for over 30 years. We must empower NTIA to keep the United States as the vanguard of global tech leadership. This bill elevates the NTIA administrator to the undersecretary level and codifies the key offices that manage our federal spectrum and lead in international negotiations. These common sense steps modernize NTI's mission and provide new tools to ensure the agency and the country can stay the course as innovation leader. I recognize the crucial importance of including this bill in today's markup, and I look forward to receiving a vote on the floor soon. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back, and the chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
And I want to thank first working with my good friend, the gentlelady from California, on this piece of legislation. One of the things that's important that we do in this committee is on, looking at and reauthorizing. And NTIA had not been reauthorized since 1992, so it has to be done and get this thing done and get it done right. Because we know that NTI plays a significant role in closing the digital divide, managing our nation's spectrum, and advocating the United States telecommunication positions on the world stage. So Congress recently provided NTIA with $42.8 billion to address broadband deployment and digital equity and inclusion. This reauthorization is one way to ensure that NTIA has the tools it needs to effectively manage these programs. Today's NTIA also plays a key role in our effort to maintain leadership in wireless communications. As federal spectrum manager, NTIA works with other federal agencies to ensure their spectrum interests are protected, while also working to identify spectrum that can be made available for commercial use. And finally, this legislation also takes the long-needed action of elevating the head of the NTIA from an assistant secretary to an undersecretary position. So this is very important as we look at making sure that we connect all Americans across this nation. I want to thank my colleagues on the committee for their support of the legislation in the last Congress. Mr. Chairman, I ask an affirmative vote, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the question now occurs on adopting H.R. 2482. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is agreed to. The chair calls up H.R. 2399 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 2399, a bill to require the federal.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point so ordered. Does anyone seek recognition on the bill? The gentlelady from Indiana, what purpose do you seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to strike the last word.
Gentlelady's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm proud to co-lead the Rural Broadband Protection Act that we have here in our markup today. I'm grateful for the partnership of Representative Kelly from Illinois. I also want to thank Senators Capito, Curtis, and Klobuchar for their work in the Senate to move this effort forward. With this bipartisan legislation, we aim to connect more Americans in rural and unserved areas to broadband service while protecting taxpayer dollars. This bill is straightforward and common sense. It puts safeguards in place to ensure that Universal Service Fund's high-cost program supports providers that are truly capable of delivering high-speed broadband to the hardest-to-reach communities. This is an issue I understand personally. In southern Indiana, we have deeply rural areas that have long been left behind. As a state senator, I helped launch one of the strongest broadband programs in the country, third in the nation at the time, and where we brought connectivity to thousands who had been unserved or underserved for far too long. Now, at the federal level, we have a responsibility to do the same responsibly and efficiently. This bill does exactly that. It ensures that broadband providers actually deliver on the promises they've made to bring high-speed internet to difficult-to-serve areas. In doing so, we want to maximize the investment of broadband dollars and connect more people to the service they need to thrive in education, in business, and in healthcare. I look forward to its swift passage out of the committee and across the House floor. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there anyone seeking is there further discussion on the bill? Seeing none, a roll call has been requested, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Latta. Aye. Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilrakis. Mr. Bilrakis votes aye. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Carter of Georgia. Mr. Carter of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Dunn votes aye. Mr. Crenshaw.
Question occurs on adoption.
Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber votes aye. Mr. Allen. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Pfluger. Mr. Pfluger votes aye. Mrs. Harshbarger. Mrs. Harshbarger votes aye. Mrs. Miller-Meeks. Mrs. Miller-Meeks votes aye. Mrs. Kamick. Mrs. Kamick votes aye. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. James. Mr. James votes aye. Mr. Bentz. Mr. Bentz votes aye. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Fry. Mr. Fry votes aye. Ms. Lee. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy votes aye. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane votes aye. Mr. Ruley. Mr. Ruley votes aye. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans votes aye. Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman votes aye. Mrs. Fedorchak. Mrs. Fedorchak votes aye. Mr. Pallone.
Aye.
Mr. Pallone votes aye. Ms. DeGette. Ms. DeGette votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Tonko. Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes aye. Ms. Dingell. Mrs. Dingell votes aye. Mr. Vesey. Mr. Vesey votes aye. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Bargon. Ms. Bargon votes aye. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes aye. Ms. Schreier. Ms. Schreier votes aye. Mr. Han. Mr. Han votes aye. Ms. Fletcher. Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss. Mr. Auchincloss votes aye. Mr. Carter of Louisiana. Mr. Carter of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez votes aye. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Landsman. Mr. Landsman. Mr. Landsman votes aye. Ms. McClellan. Ms. McClellan votes aye. Chairman Guthrie. Chairman Guthrie votes aye.
Mr. Palmer?
Mr. Palmer's not recorded. Mr. Palmer votes aye.
Mr. Crenshaw?
Mr. Crenshaw's not recorded. Mr. Crenshaw votes aye.
Is Mr. Latta recorded?
Mr. Latta is recorded as aye.
Is anyone, Mr. Allen, is he not recorded?
Mr. Allen is not recorded. Mr. Allen votes aye.
Seeing no others report, would the clerk, well, before I want to clarify for the record, this vote was on the adoption of HR 2399. Will clerk report?
Chairman Guthrie, on that vote, there were 51 ayes and 1 no.
The ayes have it, and the bill is agreed to. The chair calls up HR 2037 and asks the clerk to report.
HR 2037, a bill to provide outreach and technical.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point. So ordered. Does anyone seek recognition? Mr. Carter for Louisiana. What purpose do you seek recognition? Your microphone, and if you'd get that. There you go.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Open RAN, this bill requires the National Telecommunication Information Administration, NTIA, to conduct outreach and provide technical assistance to small communications networks providers regarding the benefits, uses, and challenges of open radio access network, standards, and other open network architectures. Open RAN is a non-proprietary, standardized network deployment approach that promotes open network with interoperable equipment and visualized network operations. The NTIA must also conduct outreach and provide assistance to small providers regarding participation in the Public Wireless Supply Chain Innovation Fund, a competitive grant program that funds efforts to accelerate the development, deployment, and adoption of Open RAN. I'm proud to have introduced this bipartisan Open RAN Outreach Act with Representative Richard Hudson. The bill provides greater federal support for small telecommunication companies in rural and disadvantaged communities to help these companies improve their network and remove potentially insecure Chinese network hardware. Specifically, the bill directs the National Telecommunication and Information Administration to provide outreach and technical assistance to small communications networks providers about the benefits of transitioning to Open RAN, Open Radio Access Networks, or Open ORAN technologies. NTIA will also inform providers of the $1.5 billion Wireless Supply Chain Innovation Grant Program funded by the CHIPS Act to help these networks switch to Open RAN and replace older Chinese-made equipment. This is a pivotal step toward strengthening our nation's telecommunications infrastructure by providing technical assistance and outreach to small telecommunication providers, especially in rural areas. This bill opens the door to more secure, diverse, and competitive wireless network landscape. The shift to Open RAN technology not only enhances national security by reducing reliance on foreign-made equipment, but also boosts American manufacturing and fosters innovation in 5G. This bill ensures that rural communities are no longer left behind in the race for cutting-edge technology, driving down cost, and improving smaller carriers to build stronger, more resilient networks. Mr. Chairman, I urge favorable passage. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the bill?
Mr. Chairman.
Are there any amendments? Any amendments on the bill?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to the desk.
You had further discussion? Oh, Ms. Mitsui had discussion on the bill. Let me recognize. It's an amendment nature of a substitute, so let's report the amendment. All right, the clerk will report.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 2037, offered by Mr. Hudson. Strike all after the enacting clause and insert the following.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment. I'll recognize you next. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. H.R. 2037, the Open RAN Outreach Act, helps pave the way for greater U.S. competition with China by promoting technology that encourages vendor diversity. Specifically, this legislation requires NTIA to provide support to our small and rural telecom providers that want to deploy Open RAN technology. Promoting a more competitive market of trusted vendors to provide 5G equipment remains an important strategic component to protect U.S. networks. As an open network infrastructure, Open RAN technology can help diversify communications technology by allowing multiple components from multiple manufacturers. This bill will give small and rural providers information and support to deploy Open RAN technologies if providers would like to implement this technology into their networks. My amendment, in the nature of substitute, simply makes technical updates to the legislation as well as expands the definition of an Open RAN network based on feedback we received at the end of last Congress. I want to thank Representative Troy Carter for working with me to reintroduce this legislation. I urge my colleagues to support the Ains and the underlying bill. And then, Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to yield to Ms. Matsui, or she can claim her own
The
time.
lady from California? Oh, you're yielding your time, so yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Hudson. I move to strike the last word and speak in support of this Outreach Act. This bill will promote national security and connectivity by helping our small telecom providers learn about Open RAN networks. I have long championed the development and deployment of open interoperable equipment to keep our networks secure and competitive. That's why back in 2020, I joined Chairman Pallone, then Ranking Member Walden, and Congressman Guthrie to introduce the USA Telecommunications Act, which eventually formed the foundation of the Public Wireless Supply Chain Innovation Fund, included in the CHIPS and Science Act. I'm glad to see that today's bill will inform small providers about this critical grant program to help these networks switch to Open RAN and replace potentially insecure Chinese equipment. This will help small providers benefit from a more secure and competitive wireless network landscape to bring connectivity to our rural and disadvantaged communities. With that, I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman yields back. If there's no further discussion, see no further discussion, the vote occurs on the amendment. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. The question now occurs on adopting H.R. 2037 as amended. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is agreed to. The chair calls H.R. 1717 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 1717.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point, so ordered. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the bill?
Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm pleased that the committee is moving forward with the Communications Safety Act, which passed this committee in the full House last Congress. With cybersecurity threats and natural disasters that threaten critical infrastructure on the rise, we need expert collaboration to protect American families' access to communications networks. The FCC should have a permanent advisory council that can provide recommendations regarding both the rapid restoration of communications services in the event of widespread or major network disruptions, and the steps communications providers can take to help secure end users and servers. This bill would codify an existing FCC Advisory Council, the Communications Security Reliability Interoperability Council, or CSRIC, which focuses on improving next-generation 911, emergency preparedness, network security, resiliency, and interoperability. CSRIC has improved the reliability, availability, and performance of our communications networks during natural disasters, terrorist attacks, and cybersecurity attacks. The bill specifies that CSRIC must include representatives from a wide range of stakeholders, from the communications industry, academia, the public interest sector, and state, local, and tribal governments. The bill would also require biannual reporting to the FCC, Congress, and the public with recommendations to improve communications networks on such issues so that we can stay informed of these issues as well. Finally, I want to thank Representative Joyce for his leadership on this important legislation and being a partner on it. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Pennsylvania, what purpose does he seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the
You
last
are
word.
recognized for 5 minutes.
I want to thank my colleague, Congressman Menendez, for helping to co-lead H.R. 1717, the Communications Security Act. More than ever, it is clear that we need to ensure that our wireless networks are standing up to the highest scrutiny. Salt, Typhoon, and other cyber attacks on our networks have made it clear that these threat actors, like China, will stop at nothing to gain access to our communications networks. We need to ensure that we are giving the Federal Communications Commission the right tools to be able to combat threats, identify best practices, and see what we can do to bolster our networks and our infrastructure. This bill will do exactly that, and why more allowance for the FCC to create a permanent council to address these threats. I urge my colleagues to all vote in favor of H.R. 1717, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the question now occurs on adopting H.R. 1717. A roll call has been requested, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Latta. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Blaurakis. Mr. Blaurakis votes aye. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Carter of Georgia. Mr. Carter of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Dunn votes aye. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Weber. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Pfluger. Mr. Pfluger votes aye. Mrs. Harshbarger. Mrs. Harshbarger votes aye. Mrs. Miller-Meeks. Mrs. Miller-Meeks votes aye. Mrs. Kamick. Mrs. Kamick. Mrs. Kamick votes aye. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. James. Mr. James votes aye. Mr. Benz. Mr. Benz votes aye. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Fry. Mr. Fry votes aye. Ms. Lee. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy votes aye. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane votes aye. Mr. Ruley. Mr. Ruley votes aye. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans votes aye. Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman votes aye. Ms. Fedorchik. Ms. Fedorchik votes aye. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes aye. Ms. DeGette. Ms. DeGette votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Tonko. Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes aye. Ms. Dingell. Ms. Dingell votes aye. Mr. Vesey. Mr. Vesey votes aye. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Bargon. Ms. Bargon votes aye. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes aye. Ms. Schreier. Ms. Schreier votes aye. Mr. Hand. Mr. Hand votes aye. Ms. Fletcher. Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss. Mr. Auchincloss votes aye. Mr. Carter of Louisiana. Mr. Carter of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez votes aye. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Landsman. Mr. Landsman votes aye. Ms. McClellan. Ms. McClellan votes aye. Chairman Guthrie. Chairman Guthrie votes aye.
Mr. Latta, how's he recorded?
Mr. Latta's not recorded. Mr. Latta votes
Seeking
aye.
recognition and vote. Mr. Weber?
Mr. Weber's not recorded.
Mr.
Mr.
Palmer?
Weber votes aye. Mr. Palmer's not
aye.
recorded. Mr. Palmer votes
Mr.
aye.
Crenshaw?
Mr. Crenshaw's not recorded.
He's coming. Is anybody on your side? Need to vote? Nope. Okay, you're all here.
51.
The clerk will report.
50 to 1. 50 to 1. Chairman Guthrie, on that vote, there were 50 ayes and 1 no.
50 ayes and 1 no. The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Unfortunately, we now have votes on the floor, time constraints later this afternoon and evening, and a full committee hearing tomorrow. So I move to adjourn the markup and return at a later date to complete the health portion of the markup. And I now recognize the ranking member for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to try to be briefer because I know we have to go to vote. But as I mentioned previously, we can't go through the motions and pretend everything is normal and hold bipartisan markups while career scientists, public health experts, and essential personnel who are working to fight cures, fight diseases, and protect us are being terminated. Unfortunately, HHS is refusing to respond to my multiple written requests for information on the department's recent actions, and that's unacceptable. Now, I understand that you've scheduled a bipartisan staff briefing later this week on Friday, and the Democratic staff will be going to that, but this is not sufficient. We need.
So
Thank you.
can be heard.
This is not sufficient. The members absolutely need to hear directly from the Secretary himself. So last week, I asked you to hold a hearing on these Secretary's actions in cutting all the staff at HHS, or the 25%, and you responded by quoting, and I quote, "My point was still taken, and that this committee should be doing oversight." So my question is, do you plan to schedule a hearing?
Have a budget hearing like we normally do. As you know, we've requested a bipartisan briefing, and currently, we don't have a scheduled hearing with the
Right. Well, I don't know whether that's a yes or no, but I would ask you again to have a hearing with Secretary Kennedy. I also requested a hearing on the measles outbreak almost a month ago. Another child has died. Are you planning on holding a hearing soon on these measles fatalities?
There's no schedule for that.
Well, again, I would ask you to hold a hearing on that as well. I have to stress that having this bipartisan briefing with the staff on Friday just doesn't cut it. We need to hear from the Secretary himself. We need to hear from him on both the cuts at HHS, and we need to hear from him on the measles and these other problems that I suggested. You know, we pride ourselves on bipartisan achievements, and we have to get back to the essential oversight of this committee. And I don't understand what's happening with these departments. I don't think you do as well. And so I'm going to continue to make these requests until this committee is sufficiently informed of the department's plans, how they're going to impact public health, and what it means for the American people. I don't think we have the answers, and this just having the staff go to a briefing doesn't cut it, Mr. Chairman.
Will the gentleman yield?
Yes.
Thank you very much for raising this issue, Mr. Pallone, because with the devastating cuts we're seeing to biomedical research and to vaccines and everything else, we need the Secretary here. Every single Democratic member of the Health Subcommittee requested the Secretary to come and talk to us in person shortly after his confirmation in February, and he has still yet to come. And so I will join you on behalf of the Health Subcommittee to say we need the Secretary here sooner rather than later. And a staff briefing at 4 o'clock on a Friday afternoon is not what we need in this great urgency. I yield back.
And Mr. Chairman, understand, I'm not worried about the timing. I just think that having a staff briefing is not sufficient. We need the Secretary to come before the members at a hearing. And that's, you still seem to suggest that's going to happen. I hope that you follow through on it.
Thank you. I appreciate your comments. So for documents for the record for the full committee markup, the documents are as on this list. Without objection, so order be entered in the record. And without objection, staff is authorized to make technical conforming changes to the legislation approved by the committee today. So ordered, and without objection, the committee stands adjourned.